The campus beauty I supported in college became my company's boss right after graduation. Chapter 1: The campus belle I supported plans to seek revenge on me. How did you know I liked this brand? Inside a lavish, gold-lit private room full of revelry and indulgence, Su Qingwan sat quietly in the corner, yet remained the undeniable center of attention. At that moment, however, her gaze was fixed on a young waiter. Despite the array of bottled water in the minibar, he had chosen only that specific brand for her. As she looked at the masked, humble waiter, a faint sense of familiarity washed over her. "You? Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Just call if you need anything." Under his mask, Chen Shu struggled to maintain his composure. There's nothing quite as humiliating as attending a class reunion where everyone else has become a leader in their fields, and you're just the waiter in the private room. Especially when one of those people is the person you once financially supported. Chen Shu closed his eyes, took a slow breath, and turned to leave the room. Just as he reached the door, however. "Hey, you, the waiter." Qi Randong, sitting across from Su Qingwan, called out, "Clear the dishes here, would you?" "So close. Just one more step." Chen Shu watched helplessly as the door that had been half opened slowly swung shut. Gritting his teeth, he picked up his tray and walked back over, forcing himself to reply, "Of course. Miss Su, I toast to you." Qi Randong raised his glass and downed his drink, then, as if recalling something amusing, chuckled. "Miss Su, do you remember that rich kid who was chasing after you back in college? I heard his family went bankrupt in our senior year, and he dropped out without even getting his degree. Who knows where he has ended up with just a high school diploma?" Others joined in with mocking laughter. "Making money? Him? The only reason he got into Hua University was because of his dad's cash. A guy like that? No future whatsoever. Yeah. He used to flaunt his money around, but now? Heh. Does anyone still keep in touch with him? Bet he has no idea that the girl he tormented most back then has become the CEO of the biggest tech company in the country. How could he not know? He knew everything: her first business venture, her first investor, her first product launch, everything." Chen Shu glanced at Su Qingwan, who sat steadily, showing no trace of the innocence and naivety she once had. Even with her past humiliations being dredged up, she remained unfazed, expressionless. But she was still stunningly beautiful. Years ago, it was her beauty that had driven him to proclaim in front of everyone that she was his and no one else's. That bold declaration had been followed by an unyielding pursuit. Classrooms, cafeterias, libraries, and everywhere she worked part-time he was always there, persistently pursuing her. His immaturity and self-importance back then had caused her trouble. She had lost job after job because of him. That was why, when her grandmother suddenly had a stroke, she had no money for the medical bills. That's when he made her an offer. A proposal of support. $30,000. It was merely the price of a coat or shoes for him back then, yet it had cost her all her dignity. The young Chen Shu hadn't understood then. Now, he wished he could slap himself for choosing the worst way to handle it. Surely, Su Qingwan hated him more than anyone else. Even if she appeared so calm now. Indeed. Su Qingwan nodded, her calm voice carrying an undercurrent of brewing storm. "Of course, I remember. How could I ever forget? After graduation, I searched for him for years but never found a trace." At this, Qi Randong firmly agreed. "Exactly. If I were you, I'd want to find him and thoroughly humiliate him." Others chimed in. "Yes. He never treated us with respect back then. So what if he had some cash? Nothing special. Miss Su is now the new leader in our field, the most successful among all of us old classmates. Miss Su, if your company ever has partnerships, remember us, your old friends." Yes, indeed. I knew back in school that she was destined for great things. The flattery continued, their voices softened by years of corporate life. To them, Su Qingwan was not just an old classmate, she was a valuable connection. Receiving all this praise, Su Qingwan smiled slightly and glanced at Chen Shu, who was silently collecting dishes beside Qi Randong. Her voice was casual yet carried a subtle implication. "Yes. I really would like to see what expression he'd have if he saw me now." What? After all these years, she still held onto that grudge. Hearing her words, Chen Shu's hands trembled, causing a chicken bone to roll onto Qi Randong's lap, leaving greasy stains on his clothes. What are you doing? Chi Randong shot up, frowning in anger. You've dirted my clothes. My apologies. I didn't mean it. Chen Shu hastily grabbed a napkin to clean the stain. Do you know how expensive this outfit is? Chi Randong snapped, disgustedly pushing Chen Shu away. How do you plan to make it up? Feeling the stares of everyone on him, Chen Shu noticed one steady gaze without malice. He knew it belonged to Su Qingwan. Though he faced similar embarrassments before, a powerful sense of shame surged within him this time. With a dry throat, he forced out, I'm sorry. Mr. Chi, Su Qingwan suddenly spoke. I heard your company just acquired a new piece of land. Surprised Miss Su is keeping an eye on real estate. Chi Randong immediately lost interest in berating Chen Shu. After all, a mere waiter was nothing compared to the tech giant Su Qingwan. Still, he turned to glare at Chen Shu. What are you still standing around for? Get lost. Underneath his mask, Chen Shu struggled to keep his face neutral. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Of course. Let me know if you need anything else. With a click, the door shut behind him, closing off Chi Randong's warning voice and blocking out Su Qingwan's gaze. Chen Shu took a deep breath. Damn, she definitely recognized him. Even if he was wearing the standard uniform and a mask, her gaze had been unmistakable. The once timid girl now had a sharp, investigative look, as if she transformed into someone strong and capable. And still, she held a grudge against him. Could she be planning her revenge on him? The thought made him shudder. This woman wouldn't be that petty. No, she absolutely would. Chen Shu glanced at the time. The dinner rush was over. He could slip away early if he told his supervisor. He changed out of his uniform, preparing to leave, but then the manager called him over. Chen, right? A customer had a bit too much to drink and asked specifically for you to drive them home. Head to the parking lot. Chen Shu instinctively felt something was wrong and was about to refuse. The driving fee is 800. 800. What a stroke of luck. Eyes gleaming, he muttered an expletive under his breath as he memorized the license plate number and headed to the parking lot. He found a sleek black Maybach with the plate number 0603, coincidentally, his birthday. Fate, perhaps. In the garage's dim light, the car gleamed, each curve showcasing the designer's expertise. Since his family's bankruptcy, he hadn't seen a car like this. It was dazzling. So dazzling he failed to notice Su Qingwan on the other side of the car. Su Qingwan, however, noticed him the moment he stepped off the elevator. Watching him marvel at the car, she felt as if she was looking at that same cocky young man from years ago. Here already? Chen Shu's head jerked up at her familiar voice, her name leaving his lips instinctively before he remembered what the manager had told him someone had specifically asked for him. So she had recognized him. Did she really remember him that well? He'd been so well covered that none of their classmates had even recognized him. If he turned and ran now, would he make it? Watching him freeze in place, Su Qingwan's lips curved with amusement. Let us go. Take me home. She tossed him the car keys, not sparing him another glance as she opened the rear door and sat inside. Frantically catching the keys, Chen Shu glanced through the window at her calm face. All right, turning back now wasn't an option. He'd just do the job and treat it as a normal driving gig. Taking a deep breath, he slid into the driver's seat, buckling his seatbelt. In the rearview mirror, he asked, Miss Su, where to? Just drive. Leaning back, she closed her eyes, only to reopen them, staring directly into the rearview mirror. Her sudden gaze startled Chen Shu, making him sit up like a scared rabbit, unsure where to look. Chapter 2. The school beauty I once kept has become my immediate boss. Sure enough. The weather in June is like a child's face. It changes as soon as it changes. The continuous rain for several days made Chen Shu excited. If you deliver food on a rainy day, the delivery fee will be increased by 2 yuan. If you deliver 10 orders, that's 20 more. Go ahead, go ahead. It would be best if it could rain as hard as the day Yiping asked for money. In the office, Chen Shu stood in front of the huge glass window, the thermos cup in his hand was steaming, and he looked at the pedestrians and vehicles on the road downstairs like tiny ants, which made Chen Shu feel ambitious to trample everything, even the fear of running into Su Qingwan and having nightmares for several days. It's just. Chen Shoror, please process this document. Chen Shoror, what is the progress? Chen Shoror, this client was arrested and your performance was cancelled. Chen Shoror? What the hell? The client was arrested, not me. Why should my performance be cancelled? Chen Shoror no longer had the thought of appreciating the scenery. He turned his head and stared at his supervisor fiercely, then said, "Got it. Woo. Workers are workers. Who says workers are superior to others?" Chen Shoror filled his thermos cup with water, charged his mobile phone power bank, and then grabbed a handful of tissues and went to the toilet. If you can't be superior to others, you can still be a lazy person. After all, the salary I get by lazying with my own ability is the real money earned by the capitalists. Come out of the toilet. Chen Shoror went into the tea room again and drank 2 cups of coffee. He heard Lin Shanshan, assistant to the general manager, gossiping. "Have you heard? Our company has been acquired. The big boss will come to inspect in a while. You better be alert. What if the big boss sets a trap for us small shrimps? Acquire the company. Which sucker is so stupid as to acquire such a small company that will definitely go bankrupt? But if they really want to take them for punishment, they must have the money to compensate N+1. Thinking of this, Chen Shoror's eyes lit up. Although his salary is low, he is slacking off. He works for a long time. As long as the deal can be made, it will definitely be a huge sum of money in a short period of time, which will also allow him to take a breath and rest. Sister Shanshan. Chen Shoror ran to Lin Shanshan's side. Do you know what the boss's name is? It's Su. Lin Shanshan was about to say something, but she didn't expect her phone to ring suddenly. The huge words, Mr. Zhu, flashed on the screen. She immediately put down the coffee. Her face showed a twisted expression as if she had entered a devil's cave, but her voice was extremely sweet. Mr. Zhu. I'm here. Okay, I'll notify everyone now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shanshan's expression collapsed instantly. TSK, women really change their faces. Especially Su Qingwan, who used to be a soft and tender little white rabbit in front of him, but now directly turned into a cold-hearted and vengeful big devil. Wait. The boss's surname is Su, and Su Qingwan's surname is also Su. This. It can't be such a coincidence. Chen Shoror was frightened by his own guess. His heart suddenly sank. His brain was blank. He didn't even notice what Lin Shanshan said later. The big boss is here. Lin Shanshan took a deep breath and closed her eyes in despair, and, all staff, gather for a meeting. Meeting? The big boss is ready to make trouble when he comes. Chen Shu was frowning, his face full of worry, and he didn't notice that others had already rushed out of the lounge. Just kidding. You must not arrive first for such a multi-person meeting, but you can't arrive last either. The former is the time for executives to flatter, and the latter is the highlight moment, watched by everyone. Neither of them can bear ordinary workers like them. Especially their meeting room is very small, very small. When Chen Shu came to his senses, he took a small stool and rushed to the meeting room. The burning eyes of 30 or 40 people fell on him in unison. Chen Shu's eyes fell directly on the main seat. No. It's not Su Qingwan. Chen Shu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He said, how could the CEO of a big company like Su Qingwan acquire such a small company at a loss? Even if it was because he wanted to retaliate against him, the investment cost was too high. The big stone in his heart suddenly fell. Chen Shoror finally had time to look for his position under the gazes of his colleagues with an expressionless face. The meeting room was too small. It could only accommodate 20 people for a meeting. Once a general meeting was held, they had to bring their own chairs and sit in the back. Chen Shoror could always find the corner. But this time, Chen Shoror looked around and blamed Su Qingwan. Since she appeared, he was not only overtime when delivering food, but also fined 200 for speeding. Now he has lost his position in the corner. No place to sit. Behind him. Suddenly, a voice that made Chen Shoror tremble in his soul appeared. The colleagues around him gasped in surprise. It's so beautiful. Isn't this Su Qingwan who just won the Forbes list? Knock. Su Qingwan will be our new boss in the future. Audio hallucination. It must be hallucination. Isn't their big boss sitting in the main seat? How could it be Su Qingwan? Boss Su. Big Boss stood up and broke Chen Shu's last fantasy. He looked at Chen Shu and urged him in a low voice. Hurry up and find a place to sit down. No need. Without waiting for Chen Shu to move, the person behind him glanced at the full conference room. It's not the fault of this colleague. It's true that our office is too small. In that case, I remember the next door is still empty. Assistant Shen, go to the property management and contact the owner of that office. Just buy it and connect it. Buy it. This is the CBD in the city center. Even if it's commercial and residential, 1 square meter costs 100,000. There must be at least 300 square meters next door, right? This cost 30 million. Is this a rich person? Oh my god. I will never call you grandpa again, because you never treated me as your grandson. Big Boss Shen Xinyang nodded. Okay, Mr. Su. Then let's stop here today. Su Qingwan looked at Chen Shuor, who was carrying a small stool and had not turned around to look at her. A smile flashed under her calm and indifferent eyes. After all, we have a long way to go. Damn it. This was definitely said to herself. At the workstation, Chen Shuor clenched his fists, his expression gloomy. Su Qingwan's words seemed to ring in his ears again. We have a long way to go. She actually holds a grudge like this. Did she buy his company just to torture him? Hey. Wang Jiao, who was working at the next workstation, shrank his head, bent his elbow, and quietly poked Chen Shu's arm. Brother, you can do it. Without saying a word, you asked the boss to buy you a 300 square meter office. That's awesome. Chen Shu was annoyed and said unhappily. She obviously thought our conference room was too small. What does it have to do with me? Wang Jiao said, if you hadn't stood there motionless, how could the big boss think of buying an office? So, it's because of you. Chen Shu. Right. Because of me, because she wanted to kill me directly. This guy can't tell that he was almost scared to death at that time. Damn. Wang Jiao glanced at the group message and slapped his thigh immediately. The big boss invited all of our employees to lunch. But why did he specifically mark that there were no vegetarian dishes? This is too weird. What the hell? Chen Shu raised his voice unconsciously. I thought back to my time in school. She and Su Qingwan were not in the same major. Su Qingwan studied computer science, which had the highest score in their school, and also took a minor in finance. And he studied business management, which was as mediocre as it could be. Even if he didn't study hard, he could still enter his family's company. It didn't matter if he didn't have the ability, as long as he spent money, he could hire top students like Su Qingwan to work for him. So, he lived a very comfortable life in college. Seeing Su Qingwan alone in washed-out clothes, hiding in a chair in the corner, eating vegetarian dishes worth 1.5 yuan in the cafeteria with her head down and drinking free soup, he would always rush up to throw away the food, and then let his followers replace it with the full amount of braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised prawns brought from home. Absolutely no vegetarian food. Then he stared at Su Qingwan's white face, which was at a loss, and flushed by himself. Chen Shuor thought she would be angry and curse, but she only said one sentence. Classmate. It's shameful to waste food. Fuck. Su Qingwan at that time was so cute. Su Qingwan now. She really wants revenge QAQ. At this moment. If he could travel back, Chen Shuor would definitely rush up and slap himself twice, wasting food. I love vegetarian food. Vegetarian food is good for physical and mental health. In the morning, Chen Shuor was fidgeting, his butt felt like it had lice. However, at noon, when everyone went to get lunch boxes, he sat still again. After all, Su Qingwan, a company boss. Why would he have time to distribute lunch boxes? Even if he just stood by and watched. But taking food under the boss's sight. Are you really not afraid that these workers can't eat? However, looking at Chen Shuor, who came back dizzy with a lewd and excited smile on his face, Wang Jiao held the lunchbox and sniffed it fiercely. This is the takeaway from a 5-star hotel. Shanshan just said that one box costs 500. Bossu is so good to us. I will devote myself to Bossu in the future. Chen Shuor. You are bought off with just this little favor, right? Only 500. That was the tip he gave to the waiter. I didn't expect Su Qingwan to be so good at winning people's hearts now. Watching Wang Juwen open the lunchbox and eat it with relish, Chen Shu couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and realized belatedly. Damn. You didn't bring it for me. Huh. Wang Juwen's mouth was full of oil, and he replied without raising his head, didn't the group notify us that we can't collect it on behalf of others? Didn't you read it? When did this rule come into being? Chen Shu subconsciously refuted, and suddenly thought that his mind was full of Su Qingwan, and he didn't read any of the messages in the group. When he opened it, he saw the last one in bold. In principle, collecting on behalf of others is not allowed. Targeted. Definitely targeted. But if he didn't collect it, he would have to find a way to eat by himself, and he would have to pass by Su Qingwan to go to the fast food restaurant downstairs. But if he collected it, wouldn't it be delivered directly to his door? Damn it. He won't eat anymore. Chen Shu held his stomach. The stomach that didn't eat on time was aching slightly at the moment. His brows suddenly knitted, and his face turned pale. Chen Shu opened the drawer under his desk, only to find that the soda crackers had been eaten without knowing when. Hey! Chen Shu turned his gaze to Wang Juwen next to him, but he was watching TV with noise-cancelling headphones at the moment and didn't hear his voice at all. Just as he was about to raise his hand to push him again. Da. Da. The footsteps came slowly. Clear and neat. Completely different from the hesitation before. Even though he had only heard it once in the morning, he immediately recognized that it was Su Qingwan's footsteps. She was coming. Walking towards him. With this thought, Chen Shu's alarm bells suddenly rang. Is she going to take advantage of someone's misfortune? Now he has no ability to resist at all. Wouldn't that mean? Take advantage of my illness to kill me. Par. Accompanied by the exclamations of people around him and the sound of Wang Juwen's lunchbox falling. Su Qingwan really stopped in front of his desk. A refreshing and familiar smell that Chen Shu missed entered his nose. President Su. There was no way to hide. Chen Shu had to look up, his face turned pale uncontrollably because of the stomachache, and his dark eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of hazy mist. Su Qingwan lowered her head slightly, looking at him pitifully like a panicked little animal. Poor and cute. She put the lunchbox in front of him. Yours. Is Su Qingwan so kind? This fucking thing must have been poisoned. Chen Shu shuddered, but Su Qingwan, who was standing in front of him, had already turned away, and said casually. Is the central air conditioning a little too cold? Okay, I'll turn it up right away. Assistant Chen immediately replied. Chen Shu. It's 36 degrees in June. He felt a little hot at 28 degrees, and he even wanted to turn it up. Su Qingwan really wanted to harm me. Oh. If you have the guts, come on. What kind of hero are you to attack the air conditioner? Relying on the fact that Su Qingwan couldn't see, Chen Shu grinned. However, she seemed to have eyes on her back, and suddenly turned back. Chen Shu was caught off guard, and his ferocious face suddenly twisted and stagnated. Su Qingwan thought to herself, her complexion was indeed much better. Chen Shu lowered his head in embarrassment, wishing he could shrink into a quail. Until Su Qingwan's figure disappeared in the office. Wang Juwen next to him quietly approached Chen Shu, with a gossipy face. Are you having an affair with President Su? Otherwise, why did I buy you an office and send you lunch? I say it again, President Su's office purchase has nothing to do with me. Chen Shu gritted his teeth and reminded. She was just so rich. So you admit that she sent you lunch? Chen Shu. It's good that she didn't poison me. Chen Shu rolled his eyes at Wang Juwen in annoyance and brought the beautifully packaged wooden lunchbox to him. Eat. It's already in front of his mouth, why shouldn't he eat it? Even if it's really poisoned, it's just right to blackmail Su Qingwan. Thinking. Chen Shu opened the lunchbox. The aroma was thick. Sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed prawns, lobster steamed eggs. And green cabbage. Hey. Wang Juwen came over, didn't you say there were no vegetarian dishes? And your box is too ordinary, isn't it? The only expensive one is lobster, we all have abalone and sea cucumber. I told you not to take it, you'll lose a lot. Wang Juwen's nagging voice buzzed in Chen Shu's ears. He stared at the box of food. This was the first time he asked the chef at home to cook for her. All of them were Su Qingwan's favorites. And now, she also gave him these dishes in the lunchbox. Is this a coincidence? Coincidence? What the hell? This woman still remembers things from such a long time ago, it's really terrible. She's so scheming. She's so scheming. At this moment, Chen Shore only felt that his future was bleak. Resign. At least he could save his life. Make up your mind. Chen Shore picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. It was so delicious that he shed tears. This is food. This is delicious food. What kind of life has he been living in the past few years? Chen Shore took 2 big bites with tears in his eyes, and didn't notice that the taste of the food was actually familiar. Chapter 3, Assistant Shen, the boss hasn't smiled in ages. Inside the CEO's office, Assistant Shen was giving a report on the company's current status, but he noticed that Su Qingwan's attention seemed to be somewhere else. Was she smiling? Smiling? Su Qingwan, of all people, was smiling. Shen's steady reporting paused as he processed the shock. Having worked alongside Su Qingwan for years, he'd watched her grow through every challenge. He didn't know everything about her, but he could definitely read her well enough. Even when the company went public, she hadn't been this happy. But the odd part? She'd recently acquired a company with minimal profits and, in their view, no real potential for growth. That was very unlike her. This could only mean one thing. Shen adjusted his black-framed glasses, a glimmer of insight flickering in his gaze. This was about a person. Only a person could make someone abandon all logic. And that person? A flash of a timid face crossed Shen's mind. Such an ordinary, fearful person, what did he have that could possibly appeal to her? At that moment, Su Qingwan looked up, meeting his gaze with a calm stare. Shen stiffened. Apologies, Ms. Su, I. Leave the files, I'll review them myself. Relieved she hadn't pursued his slip-up, Shen exhaled slightly. As he prepared to leave, he heard her say casually. Assistant Shen. Yes, Ms. Su? I'll be focusing on that company's work for a while. Keep an eye on the other matters. Shen nodded. Understood, Ms. Su. She inclined her head slightly, signaling he could go. As he exited, she turned her attention back to her computer screen. If Shen could see her screen, he'd realize it was a live company feed focused on one particular person. In the video, Chen Shu was happily munching away, his cheeks puffed like a hamster's. He seemed to choke from eating too quickly, thumped his chest, and took a large gulp of soup, finally swallowing it down. Su Qingwan, watching him, breathed a sigh of relief. She kept watching until he finished his meal, then affectionately kissed his lunchbox. Unable to hold back, Su Qingwan laughed softly, her smile breaking like the melting of ice, bringing an unexpected warmth and vitality. Just as Shen was closing the door, he caught a glimpse of this rare moment. One thought struck him. The boss hasn't been this happy in ages. Ouch. Shen yanked his hand from the door, shaking it vigorously and banishing the stray thoughts from his mind. Work. Back to work. Su Qingwan had entrusted him with these responsibilities. He had to earn his paycheck. Adjusting his suit and nursing his reddened finger, Shen walked away with renewed determination. Meanwhile, Chen Shu carefully cleaned his wooden lunchbox, took out his phone, and snapped a few pictures. His friend Wang Juan, watching him from various angles, asked, "Why are you taking photos now that you're done eating?" Exactly. It's better to snap them after finishing. Deleting a few unsatisfactory shots, Chen Shu opened Turnfish, a second-hand website. Ironically, this was a product from Su Qingwan's own company. Selling what Su Qingwan gave him on her platform. Perfectly reasonable. He typed away rapidly on his phone. 5-star hotel takeout wooden box, 99.9% new. Get it while it's hot. He uploaded the photos and waited. Watching him, Wang Juan exclaimed, "Seriously? You can sell that?" "Of course. If people sell used plastic milk tea bags, why can't I sell a wooden takeout box?" His reasoning seemed sound. Besides, the wooden box looked sophisticated enough to be reused. Only real rich people would throw it away after just one use. These capitalists. That's why global resources are being wasted. Grinding his teeth, Chen Shu conveniently forgot he'd once done the same. Smart move, Chen Shu, Wang Juwen chuckled. Using it while looking stylish and saving money? Impressive. Watching his friend dig into the trash to retrieve his own discarded wooden box, Chen Shu shut his phone and opened his laptop. Time to type up his resignation letter. After struggling, he resorted to copying one from Baidu. No one reads those things anyway, right? He was just about to choose the recipients when he noticed something strange about the company hierarchy. Su Qingwan's name now dominated the top spot. Well then, how the tables have turned. But not for him. He wasn't sticking around. He carefully selected his manager, finance, assistant to the CEO, and CEO. Man, what a bloated approval chain. No wonder the company got acquired. Muttering under his breath, he hit send only to see an alert, please copy your department supervisor. Huh? But I already did. Confused, Chen Shu double-checked. All seemed fine. Yet the alert persisted. Wait a second. He froze, staring at his screen. Who the heck switched his direct supervisor to Su Qingwan? What employee has the big boss as their supervisor? System error? Definitely not. The only logical explanation was she'd done this on purpose. Fine. So that's how it's going to be? Resign? Stay? There was no question, or was there? Nah, he wasn't a fool. He added Su Qingwan as a recipient and hit send. Finally. Freedom. Forget deadlines and performance reports. Chen Shu settled in for a well-deserved nap. But a knock on his desk jolted him from his snooze. He cracked his eyes open, half seeing Wang Juwen's amused face. You're wanted in her office. He nodded sleepily, thinking it was a dream. He then saw Su Qingwan's calm, unreadable expression staring down at him. Without thinking, he reached out, pinching her cheek. Dreaming again? Little girl, still as thin as ever. His lifelong dream had been to feed her well. But now she was still as thin as a reed. He hoped she'd eaten well these past years, not suffering like he had. Stomachaches were no joke. So real, such a vivid dream. Feeling the softness of her cheek, he gazed at her, noticing the blush that filled her face, her eyes glistening as if with unshed tears. Chen Shu. Are you even awake? Of course, he was dreaming. Otherwise, how would he dare treat the now powerful Su Qingwan like this? She'd probably strangle him in real life. But then why did this feel so real? Wait, hold on. He met her sharp gaze, a chill jolting through him, jolting him awake. I thought it was a dream. He awkwardly chuckled, releasing her cheek. Mistaken identity, really? Her expression grew colder. Mistaken? So he treated someone else like this too? How long had it been since they departed, and he'd already moved on? Her voice, steady but intense, cut through his thoughts. Your hand. Oh. Realizing his hand still rested on her cheek, he let go reluctantly. Noticing this, Su Qingwan's mood lifted slightly. Then, looking at him, her expression resolute, she said, come with me somewhere. Huh? Chen Shu braced himself for a confrontation, expecting her to scold him. But instead, she invited him out. Was she planning to settle old scores? Ms. Su, he swallowed nervously. I've submitted my resignation, so. Not approved. I can leave, whether or not you approve. Is that so? She turned her computer screen to him, pointing at the last line of his resignation letter. Sincerely, requesting approval. Well, I don't approve. So, you're still my employee. And as your direct supervisor, my orders are non-negotiable. Raising her chin slightly, she exuded authority, despite sitting down. Unwavering, she added. You're not allowed to refuse. Chen Shu. The timid, inexperienced girl he once knew was gone. Now, before him stood Su Qingwan, powerful, composed, and prepared to exact her revenge. There was no escape. Swallowing his apprehension, he asked. Where are we going? Chapter 4. Throw yourself into the arms of a rich woman and offer her a dozen steel wool balls. You'll know when you get there. Su Qingwan threw the key on the table to him, go down and drive, wait for me downstairs. Okay. Chen Shu took the key, and knew it was a Rolls-Royce just by the feel of it without looking at it. As expected. It's still the top configuration. It's good to have money. Luxury cars change every day. Chen Shoro drove the car downstairs of the company, his elbow subconsciously hanging on the car door, waiting for Su Qingwan to come down from the office building. Su Qingwan saw him from a distance. As before, when waiting for someone in the car, he liked to lower the car window and hang his hands. When she approached, the hands would suddenly reach out a meat bun or corn, or even all kinds of snacks she had never eaten before. Then, regardless of her resistance, he threw it into her arms without saying anything. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away directly. She was left facing the inquiring eyes of her classmates with different expressions. Boss Su. Chen Shoro saw Su Qingwan and immediately got out of the car. He hurriedly opened the back door and smiled flatteringly, "Get in the car." Su Qingwan. Looking at Chen Shoro, who was now smoothed out. She still liked Chen Shoro's rebellious look. Not getting in the car? Chen Shoro's question hadn't come out yet, when Su Qingwan directly opened the passenger door and got in. Seeing Chen Shoro still stupidly pulling the back door, he asked in confusion, "Not getting in the car?" "This is my word." Chen Shoro's mouth twitched, closed the door, and sat back in the driver's seat. He raised the window to isolate the hot and rolling breath outside, and also trapped the two of them in a small space. A faint fragrance came from his side again. Chen Shoro touched his nose unconsciously. Just as he was about to start the car. A ding-dong reminder sounded inside the car. Chen Shu glanced at Su Qingwan. "Seat belt." "What?" "Boss Su, you forgot to fasten your seat belt." "Oh." Su Qingwan nodded, indicating that she knew. "Oh. Oh, you should fasten it." Chen Shu waited for a while. Confirmed that she had no intention of fastening her seat belt. Helplessly, he turned sideways, pulled the seat belt on the passenger side with his long arm, and was about to fasten it for her, but heard her whisper. "Chen Shu. Why did you resign? Don't you want to see me?" The two were very close. Chen Shu could even feel the slight tremor caused by her warm breath hitting his skin when she spoke. Just like before, Chen Shu took the initiative to get close to him every time. And this time, it was Su Qingwan who took the initiative. He paused. Quickly buckled the seat belt. It seemed that because he hadn't been in a car for too long, Chen Shu buckled it twice in a row before he buckled it. The crisp sound of metal collision showed his messy guilty conscience and uncontrolled panic. Especially the low laugh from Su Qingwan's lips. It made Chen Shoro sitting in the driver's seat feel uneasy. Damn it. He knew that Su Qingwan was holding back a lot of bad water. Waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Didn't he laugh at this little girl before for never riding in a car? Such a small detail can still be remembered until now. Su Qingwan is really good. Chen Shoro automatically ignored his hot ears, held the steering wheel, and looked forward without looking away. "I just feel that the company is not compatible with my career development. So I took the initiative to resign and prepare to go out and try my luck. It's definitely not because of any personal feelings. After all, I am a person who is public and private. Things in the past. I have selectively forgotten them. So I won't say a word about your humiliating past." Forgot? And selectively forgot. Good, very good. Su Qingwan's eyes were dark, but she hadn't forgotten yet. Chen Shoro was keenly aware of Su Qingwan's mood changes, and for a moment he didn't know what he had said to irritate her. People always seem particularly busy when they are embarrassed. Chen Shoro was no exception. After stepping on the accelerator, the Rolls-Royce ran 2 miles away, and Chen Shoro remembered that. "Where are we going?" "Su Qingwan. You don't know where to go, so you drive." After so many years, it's still the same as before. Get her in the car, and then there's nothing else. Turn right. Su Qingwan said, "Go to Robin Mall." Robin Mall. She wants to buy something. The car was parked directly in the VIP parking space of the mall, and then took the special elevator upstairs. This was the first time Chen Shoro came here except for part-time work in the past few years. Looking at this mall from the perspectives of staff and guests is definitely two different feelings. Especially. Isn't today a working day? Why are there so many people in this mall? The bags of luxury goods, big and small, were casually carried around like plastic bags, so many that they looked like cabbage. Even if he was buying cabbage, he wouldn't dare to buy it like this. Like it. Su Qingwan looked over and saw the logo on the bag. Without waiting for Chen Shu's answer, he immediately turned around and went to the store next door. Chen Shu subconsciously followed him. Seeing Su Qingwan, the eyes of the shopping guides in the store lit up, like light bulbs, shining brightly. It was obvious that they saw a fat sheep, a rich woman. Boss Su. The store manager, who appeared out of nowhere, quickly rushed to Su Qingwan's side, then stretched out his hand and quietly signaled the shopping guides next to him to start evacuating the store. Chen Shu watched the customers who were shopping or about to shop in the store being asked to leave one by one. Capitalists. They haven't bought anything yet, and they are just clearing the place. It's great to be rich. Looking at the curious eyes of people outside the retractable isolation belt at the store entrance, Chen Shuo deeply felt the gap. You think you are rich. However, in front of richer people, you are still nothing. Now, the gap between him and Su Qingwan is not a little bit. Their identities. As early as the moment when the Chen family went bankrupt, it was completely reversed. Chen Shuo couldn't tell what he felt. He watched Su Qingwan surrounded by shopping guides, watching them diligently deliver the goods to her, waiting for her favor. Su Qingwan's expression was very indifferent. She even frowned directly. The store manager, who was observing their words and expressions, suddenly became nervous. This is a big customer, and he must be served well. Go get some men's clothes. Su Qingwan turned her head and her eyes fell on Chen Shuo, a little transparent. Bring all the sizes he can wear. It turned out that Yanqin had the wrong person. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Shuo. Sir. Chen Shuo. Don't come over here. Chen Shuo really couldn't figure out what Su Qingwan wanted to do. Buy things for herself. He was not bragging, these luxury goods would definitely not last more than a day on him. After all, who would carry a bag worth hundreds of thousands of yuan to squeeze into the subway? Who would wear clothes worth tens of thousands of yuan to squeeze into the bus and ride an electric scooter? The fabrics are too delicate. They don't match his current status at all. Seeing Chen Shu hesitated for a long time without making a choice. The store manager just thought he was frightened by the scene. After all, he was wearing clothes that were obviously street goods. It should be because of his handsome face that Su Qingwan took a fancy to him and he became a superior person. Now it is estimated that this is the first time he has seen such a scene, so it is normal that he didn't react for a while. So, Chen Shu's opinion is not important. The important thing is another person. The store manager's eyes fell on Su Qingwan again. Mr. Su, do you have any styles you like? Hearing the store manager's words, Chen Shu couldn't help but pursed his lips. A fragile sense of inferiority arose spontaneously. I thought more of how he had dragged Su Qingwan to luxury stores one after another, relying on his wealth and forcing a lot of things on her despite her refusal. At that time, did she feel the same as me? This one, and these few. Su Qingwan ordered a few pieces, and then said, I don't want these, pack the others according to his size. Chen Shu. Did he buy all the men's clothes in the store? What inferiority, what self-esteem. None of them are as real as the real money in front of him. Bring the shoes here. After choosing the clothes, Su Qingwan set her eyes on the shoes on the shelf. Chen Shu pursed his lips and looked at her. Su Qingwan's long seaweed-like hair was scattered, and she looked at the shoes that the shopping guides brought to her seriously. Her skin was very white. Black hair and red lips. As she shook it lightly, it was like red wine in a glass. Rich and stimulating. In recent years, Su Qingwan has long been accustomed to the various gazes cast on her by others. However, Chen Shuo is different. Without turning her head, she can know that Chen Shuo is looking at her. She didn't even think about it. She raised her hand and put the hair scattered on her cheeks behind her ears, revealing her profile and fragile and beautiful neck. She knew how Chen Shuo liked her the most. She counted down 3 seconds silently in her heart. Su Qingwan slightly raised the corners of her lips, her black eyes full of innocent white, and asked, Do you like this style? I like it. As expected. Su Qingwan smiled even more, as if the prank was successful. Then wrap it up. This was said to the shopping guides. And Chen Shuo. He fell into deep thought. Su Qingwan. What on earth does she want to do? Is it still hard to forget me? How is this possible? Chen Shu shook his head violently. She hated him to death during those years. How could she still think about him? Can't you give him a quick death? This feeling of a blunt knife cutting flesh. It really made him feel uncomfortable. The whole store became busy because of Su Qingwan's arrival. Looking at the long string of numbers that was longer than his life, Chen Shu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He admitted that he hadn't seen much of the world in the past few years. Is this all for me? Of course. Su Qingwan nodded and swiped her card to pay. The money was just a number to her now. Looking at the shopping bags full of the floor and the shoe boxes piled higher than herself, Chen Shu's eyes were wide open. Then I can do whatever I want with it. Of course. It was all given to him, so of course Chen Shu could do whatever he wanted with it. Seeing that Su Qingwan didn't mean to joke at all, Chen Shu held the shopping receipt that was longer than his life and looked at the store manager, who was smiling so hard that his face was broken. I want to return the goods. Manager. What the hell? This order was just made and it was still warm. What do you want to do? What? Chen Shu raised his eyebrows. No. Oh. It was the first time for the store manager to see such an operation, and it was also the first time for the white face to do this directly in front of the sponsor. Isn't this courting death in front of the sponsor? He couldn't help but look at Su Qingwan for help. Su Qingwan said, then return it. Okay. With a clear instruction, the store manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. It stands to reason. Unless there is a problem with the product quality, their store will never return or exchange. But Su Qingwan is their super VIP customer. Naturally, she enjoys privileges that ordinary people cannot enjoy. Just as the store manager was processing the refund, Chen Shu took out his bank card. Refund to this card. Isn't this blatantly for money? Which sponsor can tolerate this? The store manager glanced at Su Qingwan, who was unmoved. Okay. Looking at the amount in the bank account, Chen Shu looked at Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan also looked at him. There was no trace of annoyance or impatience for wasting time on his face. She just looked at him quietly, as if she was looking at a child who had used childish means. Lack of money. I can give you any amount. Wow. Even the shop assistants who thought they had seen a lot of things couldn't help but take a breath at this moment, looking at Chen Shu with envy in their eyes. When will they be able to meet such a generous sponsor? This pretty boy's luck is really good. Chen Shu. Okay. Bringing him out this time is just to confirm his identity as a gigolo, right? Har. Do you think he will be angry? Will he be furious? Will he shout about his self-esteem? No. He won't. He will only think that soft rice is really delicious. He is no longer at the age of dreaming. He knows how wonderful it is to be a rich woman. He will only throw himself into the arms of a rich woman with righteous words and offer her a dozen steel wool balls. Chen Shu thought to himself. Looking at Su Qingwan sitting on the soft sofa, surrounded by luxurious luxury goods and surrounded by shopping guides. The corner of his mouth moved. I have money. Chapter 5. You can't just give up money for the sake of your bottom line. Rich. How much money do you have? Village in the city. In the rental house. Chen Shu wished he could hit his head against the tofu and die. Why would he refuse? Why? That's money. Money. He doesn't even want money. What else does he want? Love? Do you really think you are still young and dreamy? A famous person said it well. Love without material support is like a pile of loose sand, which will scatter without any blowing. When you are young, you don't know the fragrance of a rich woman, and when you are old, you shed tears facing the chrysanthemums. Statement lying on the bed. He raised his arms and covered his eyes. With just a slight movement, the iron bed beneath him made a rough and hoarse, creaking sound. Under the dim light, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his lips that was not covered by his arm. Oh. As for his current situation, just at this moment, in the hot and stuffy air, suddenly there was a noise, which started as a gentle shake and then suddenly became like a violent storm. Squeak. Squeak, squeak. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Next second, a furious curse came from outside the house. Can't you be quiet when you do it at night? What? Are you jealous that I'm more powerful than you, a loser? Fuck. I was jealous of you for 5 minutes. 2 minutes of laughing at me. The two groups of people started a fierce verbal fight amid the creaking sounds. The spaces between buildings in the urban villages are incredibly cramped. It feels like I can just stand on the windowsill and reach out and start a fight with the people in the building opposite. Especially shouting like this. It's like turning on surround sound. Statement. Grass. The hesitant and melancholy mood that I had finally built up disappeared instantly. Thinking and thinking. Chen Shu couldn't help laughing again. You can't hear the fresh Dolby sound effects of quarreling and working anywhere else. Buzz. The phone on the bedside table vibrated. When Chen Shuro raised his hand, there was another creaking sound. Damn it, when I get rich, I will change my bed to a $200 bed sooner or later. Oh. The screen lights up. This is the message Wang Juan sent him. Grass. Brother, you are amazing. There are actually people who are fooled into recycling lunch boxes. 500. Just bid 500. I sold it without a second thought. I'm going to get rich, brother. Grass. This grandson has made a fortune unexpectedly. The statement was very sour. I don't want to pay any attention to him at all. All rich people are my enemies. Ding dong. A message from the Zhuanyu second-hand platform popped up in the notification bar of the mobile phone. Master, someone has inquired about your newly listed product, please reply as soon as possible. Tilde. Here we come. Chen Shuro clicked on it directly, and sure enough, he saw someone in the chat box asking about the lunchbox he had posted at noon. Immediately enthusiastically promoted. Dear Tilde, I promise this is a new lunchbox that I ate myself. This hotel is exclusive on the entire internet. You can't afford to suffer a loss or be cheated. What Chen Shuro said is true. In principle, this store does not have a delivery service. Especially with so many group meals. But then again, what is Su Qingwan's identity? In principle, all principles can be broken. People. When one is rich enough, the whole world will make way for her. What's more, it's just a 5-star hotel. Sure enough, the person on the other end was very tempted and made an offer directly. 500. Oh shit. Chen Shu's breathing suddenly became rapid. Mom, I'm rich. Did you see it? I've been cheated. Just as Chen Shu was about to reply to the deal, the victim continued. 1,000. I'm going to fight with you guys who are willing to spend money to show off. It doubled in an instant. Chen Shu's eyes turned red. Make a deal. Don't pay before you take the photo. I'll change the price. This time. The victim didn't say anything, but Chen Shu saw the link to place his order in the background. He changed the price quickly. The other party paid very quickly. Same city, can you deliver it now? Sure. The customer is God. The statement certainly does not deny God's request. 1,020. There is also $20 for postage. I originally wanted to give the victim a discount, but then I thought again, I had already paid 1,000, let alone a mere 20. Now he is richer than Wang Juan. You can deal with him now. Chen Shuro directly sent the screenshot of the order to Wang Juan. Wang Juan. Damn. You deserve to die. 1,000. That's 1,000. This time, Wang Juan became the one with a broken mentality. Chen Shu laughed happily. Cool. But this. He clicked on the screenshot Wang Juan sent him. They are exactly the same. What kind of sucker buys two? Doesn't that mean? Chen Shuro turned over and sat up, ignoring the vague feeling in his mind that something was wrong, and then sent a message to Wang Juan. Photographed receipt. Wang Juan, what do you want to do? Chen Shuro smiled slightly, send the order. They are all colleagues. Rather than letting others make money, it is better to give him a bargain. Nothing wrong with it, absolutely nothing wrong with it. Chen Shuro took out the small vest of the local express delivery from the box under the bed and put it on. Then he opened the express delivery backstage and told the webmaster to put the two of them, Wang Juan and himself, in the same city. 5 minutes later. Ding dong. You have received a new delivery order, please pick it up in time. Chen Shu glanced at the backstage. He picked up the lunchbox and went downstairs happily. Didi. The electric scooter honked twice. Chen Shoror drove out of the cramped urban village quickly. Even though it was raining and the bumpy path was covered with water, and the electric scooter rushed straight over and splashed dirty water onto his shoes, it still did not affect Chen Shoror's good mood at all. I went to Wang Juan's house first to pick up the goods. Then I followed the navigation and crossed most of the city to the delivery place. Galaxy Villa. The average price is 100,000 renminbi per square meter. The monthly rent is at least 5 figures. Chen Shoror is not the first time to come here. Although the housing prices here are very expensive, half of the people are tenants. Among these tenants, there are rich people, but there are also many who have no money but pretend to be rich. He had previously listed many second-hand luxury goods. So this place is definitely familiar to Chen Shoror. Checked the delivery. Confirmed the house number. Chen Shoror held 2 lunch boxes, smiled with 8 teeth, and pressed the doorbell. 2 minutes later. Click. The exquisite and expensive door was opened. The owner's face was as delicate as a blooming peach blossom. Chen Shoror's smile also froze at this moment. Boss Su. Statement. Su Qingwan breathed slightly in her chest, but soon calmed down. She called out his name without the slightest surprise. It's really Su Qingwan. Their victim turned out to be Su Qingwan. Does she still need to buy a 5-star lunchbox to show off? The narrator was dumbfounded. What does she want? Contribute to world environmental protection. Apart from this, I can't think of any other reason. In the evening, Su Qing looked at Chen Shoror, who was dressed as a courier boy. It's so late, are you still working? Not rich. Of course. I love labor. Labor makes me fulfilled. I'm so tired if I don't work for a day. Describe myocardial infarction. He estimated that he was dead now, and his mouth was the hardest in his body. Su Qingwan's eyes strangely scanned his entire body from top to bottom, and finally landed on his face. You actually like to work. Is this still the statement she remembered? Could it be that being apart for a few years really changes a person? In the past, I stated that I wanted to find someone to do the copying for me. Statement. You are so good at chatting, you must have offended a lot of people in the business world, right? Who the hell likes to work? If not. Chen Shoror took a deep breath and smiled in a standard way. Someone sent you something. Please sign for it. Su Qingwan then set her eyes on the box Chen Shu was holding and moved sideways to signal Chen Shu to come in. Then please put it in the living room for me. The statement hesitated. But Su Qingwan had already turned around and left the door. Okay. He raised his foot and was about to go in, but he saw the floor so clean and smooth that it seemed like it could reflect a person's reflection. Then I looked down and realized that even though I had tried very hard to clean the uppers of my shoes, the soles of my shoes were still inevitably covered in dirt because of the recent rain and walking in the narrow and messy alleys of the urban village. Why don't you come in? Su Qingwan leaned on the water bar and looked at him puzzledly. The bright incandescent light overhead fell on her. Her already fair skin was made to look as crystal clear as snow. Except beauty. It also exudes a strong smell of money. It's good to have money. Turn a clumsy and rough ugly duckling into an unattainable white swan. Chen Shu's eyes flashed, and he calmly took off his shoes at the door and walked into their house wearing only a pair of socks. Then I'll put it in. Chen Shoror walked through their door and saw 7 or 8 lunch boxes exactly like the one in his arms piled on the floor of the living room. Grass. The statement suddenly felt creepy. Su Qingwan. What on earth do you want to do? A big CEO actually likes to collect junk. Chapter 6, You guys don't have a relationship. Don't know where to put it. Su Qingwan walked to his side without him knowing. A rich fragrance emanated from her, making Chen Shoror's already wildly beating heartbeat even faster. Without waiting for Chen Shu to respond, she raised her hand and took the lunchbox from Chen Shu's arms. I don't know if Su Qingwan did it on purpose. Chen Shoror felt her delicate fingertips gently stroke the back of his hand, causing him to tremble. Next second. As soon as he said this, he felt a sense of emptiness in his arms. The lunchbox had been taken away by Su Qingwan, who bent over and placed it on the coffee table. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Su Qingwan's movements were as slow as a turtle. Maybe it's because it's time to take a break. So she wore a smooth silk suspender nightgown. revealing a pair of fleshy and well-proportioned long legs. As she bent down, more and more of her legs were exposed. Chen Shu's eyes widened. I knew Su Qingwan had beautiful legs before. Look again now. It's actually better looking than I imagined. It's the best. Feel the burning gaze of the statement falling on yourself. Su Qingwan bent over and slightly raised the corners of her lips. Although I have become more labor-intensive. But some of my habits remain the same. All right. Su Qingwan stood up and turned to face Chen Shu. This time, what was shaking was her trembling, full chest. Statement. Okay. You are using this to test the carders, right? I really just. The goods have been delivered, please confirm receipt as soon as possible. I really managed to hold myself together. Chen Shuo feels that he is now a man among not men. Which one are you? Su Qingwan took out her mobile phone and opened the backstage of Zhuanyu. Chen Shu glanced at it quickly. There are still 8 orders in the consignment delivery. There are 12 orders shipped. 20 orders in total. Grass. How many people are there in their company? There are so many people who are as smart as me and sell second-hand products. Hateful. He is no longer the most profitable employee in the company. Chen Shu suddenly became a little worried. The sense of crisis suddenly became stronger. Wrong. Shouldn't he be wondering why Su Qingwan bought so many second-hand lunchboxes? Beauty can lead to bad consequences. Su Qingwan is indeed a fraud. I almost fell for her. Pity. One move away from victory. He still found out. Just when Chen Shuo was muttering to himself, Su Qingwan fixed her eyes on him and asked with a smile. Why don't you ask me why I bought so many lunchboxes? Why? Wipe. I almost followed her words again. The statement stops promptly. Anyway, it absolutely has nothing to do with him. Maybe Su Qingwan's hobby is collecting lunchboxes from various hotels. He said seriously. Sorry, I'm only responsible for delivery. We never ask too many questions about our customers. Su Qingwan's eyes flashed. Suddenly approached him. The rich fragrance from her body suddenly enveloped Chen Shuo. It made him dazed for a moment. Follow closely. Su Qingwan's soft whisper sounded in his ears. I bought it specially. And they are all from the same city. So you are targeting me on purpose. So scary. It's so scary. Chen Shu took several steps back. Pretending to be calm, he refused. I have no interest in my client's privacy. Not at all. Not only can you not say it out loud, you can also do it secretly. If this were really said out loud, that's above board. When did Su Qingwan become so sinister? I have really become a bad person in recent years. This world. Chen Shuo cursed in his heart, and slid out of the door despite Su Qingwan's half-smiling gaze. He ran a long distance as if there was a mad dog chasing him from behind. Waiting for the elevator. Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. No matter why Su Qingwan bought so many local lunchboxes that were just released today, he will have to reduce the number of such overly obvious things posted on the Zhuanyu platform in the future. At least. It will be released in 2 days. I've made up my mind. Only after I finished stating it did I realize that the feeling under my feet was strange. A bow. The thumb popped out of the hole. And he looked at it from a distance. He forgot to wear shoes. The mirror-like elevator door reflected the expression of a fellow elevator user in the same city. Zhu Chen just watched him change from surprise and astonishment to some kind of understanding. Then he took out his cell phone and started typing. Even with your head down. Chen Shu could see the gossipy look on his face. Oh shit. Late Su Qing. You are a scourge. The thought of becoming the center of gossip in a group. Chen Shuo's toes directly built a high-rise building from the ground, carving out a 3-bedroom and a living room house. I finally waited for the passerby to come out of the elevator. Chen Shuo quickly pressed the button for Su Qingwan's floor. Hopefully his shoes are still at the door. Amen. But it's obvious. When people are unlucky, or nothing is of any use. There were 2 shoes in front of Su Qingwan's door, one shoe was not his, and the other one was not his either. It was only 2 or 3 minutes. There is definitely no such hardworking auntie to take it away. Nor would there be a pair of shoes left that was exactly his size. Then there is only Su Qingwan. She did it on purpose. Su Qingwan did it on purpose. Right now. She was sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching the statements going back and forth at the door on the flat-screen surveillance camera. Under high-definition camera, Su Qingwan could see every subtle expression on Chen Shuor's face. Wear it. Su Qingwan raised her hand and gently placed it on the screen. It seems like nostalgia. It seemed like she didn't want to see his choice. The fingers directly blocked his body. When Su Qingwan moved away again, Chen Shu's figure has left the surveillance range. The pair of shoes at the door disappeared. Instead, there was a note posted on the door. Su Qingwan immediately put down the tablet. Quickly open the door and take down the note. Oh, IOU. Downstairs. Damn Su Qingwan. The statements are dark, twisted, crawling and screaming. 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan for a pair of shoes. Is this made of fucking gold? I didn't make any money from the trip, but I lost 20,000 yuan. Do you want a key? How many should I get? I'll get a few. Su Qingwan, you owe me 19.9 yuan for those flat shoes. What are you going to pay me back with? This is no longer revenge. This is a double blow on both the spiritual and physical levels. You can kill me, but why do you want to steal my wallet? Resign. Chen Shuor is listless again. Why is he so noble? Can't he just walk away? What IOU? So cheap. The statement was again heart-wrenching. You must resign, and you must pay back the money you owe. I'll put it on a second-hand platform when I get back. Moreover, you have to find a new job before resigning so that the transition will be seamless. So he can pay off his debts as quickly as possible. The plan worked. The statement made him feel comfortable and happy. I am no longer afraid when I see someone coming towards me with my shoes on. But I am wearing shoes. Proud Tilder. The next day, as soon as Chen Shuor woke up, he picked up his phone and checked the second-hand website. To avoid a recurrence of the box lunch incident. This time he deliberately changed to another second-hand platform. However, there are many people asking about this platform, but not many people buying. One of the bidders also wanted the dragon-slaying sword. He is only willing to pay 2,000 yuan for a pair of shoes that cost 20,000 yuan. Chen Shu cursed and blocked him directly. Then I got up and washed. When it's time to go out. He looked at the shoes he had placed on the stool, which looked out of place in this shabby rental house. Really? Luxury goods don't cheat the poor. TSK. Statement closed the door. He rides his electric scooter to pick up his ride-sharing customers, drops them off at the office building, and when he hears the money arriving in the account, he waves his hand with satisfaction, turns around, and hustles his way to work at his own company. He hummed in a good mood. La la la, la la la. I'm a little expert at making money. $1 or $2 is never too little, and a little adds up to a lot to make you rich. Not long. The statement arrived at the company. I set the central air conditioning to the lowest setting, filled a 5L bucket of natural mountain spring water, moved it to my electric scooter and took it home to cook instant noodles in the evening, and also rolled up a roll of toilet paper to take a shit. Not used up. Then let's take it home reluctantly. Chen Shu kicked away without any psychological burden. The company is my home. I can take whatever I want from my house. Nothing wrong. After finishing all this, half an hour had passed since work started. Chen Shu looked very satisfied. Wang Juwen's dog came up to him stealthily. Did you see the man who bought the lunchbox yesterday? Does it look good? Mention what happened yesterday. Chen Shu's expression froze slightly, and he said, Nice. Looking good is useless, you have such a vicious heart. Wang Juwen widened his eyes. What's going on? You don't want to know. Chen Shu waved his hand, slumped his shoulders, hid behind the computer and began to eat breakfast secretly. Wang Juwen became even more curious. It's okay, just tell me and I'll be happy. Wang Juwen. Chen Shuor put down his breakfast, stared at him seriously, and accused him bitterly. Are you still a brother? Are there any brothers who would expose scars like you? Wang Juwen widened his eyes, clenched his teeth in disbelief, and asked a soul-shaking question. No. You really treat your colleagues as brothers. Statement. You really know how to grasp the key points. What a talent. This shows. I really can't stay in this company anymore. They are all Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Chen Shoro rolled his eyes at Wang Juwen and started to browse the recruitment software. The market is not good. If you see a statement that the salary is suitable, then apply. As for whether it meets the requirements of the other company? Joke. It's not like he was wasting time sifting through resumes. It's none of his business. Just vote and that's it. He matches companies that need him quickly in the shortest possible time. Next, just deselect it. TSK. As expected of me. It only took a short while. Chen Shoro sent out hundreds of resumes. Look at the time again. It's time for morning tea. Chen Shoro went to the tea room to get a glass of mineral water, then shamelessly got a pack of coffee from Lin Shanshan. After listening to some gossip for a while, he slowly returned to his post. As soon as I sat down, Wang Juwen came closer again. Chen Shu subconsciously kicked his feet and moved away from him. This grandson has been talking like a crow these past 2 days and hasn't brought any good news. It's better for him to stay away. Wang Juwen looked at him in confusion. What are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it. Wang Juwen laughed. Great news. Chen Shu's left eyelid suddenly twitched. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. Boss Su wants you to go to her office. Grass. Chen Shu's eyelids twitched even more violently. What kind of good thing is this? It would be better to just inform him of the death directly. Wang Juwen. You are my nemesis. This company, these colleagues. They all defeat me. Ever since Su Qingwan came, the magnetic field around him has been completely messed up. It's a mess. He can never go back to the past. A tear slid down from the corner of Chen Shu's eye. Wang Juwen widened his eyes and said excitedly. Oh my God. When you heard President Su asked you to come to his office, you cried with joy. And you said you didn't have any legs. Chapter 7, as if he would care. I am dying of laughter. Who is breaking the defense? Come in? Not going in? This is a problem. If you stick your head out, you will be hit once. If you hide your head, you will be hit several times. Okay. Since you must stab me. Then Su Qingwan, you are really not a good person. Be mentally prepared when standing at the door. Chen Shu took a deep breath. Knock on the door and come in. Boss Su. You looking for me? Su Qingwan seemed to be on a video call with earphones in her ears. When she saw him coming, she didn't take them off. Instead, she just looked up at him. Take time to say. Wait a moment. Oh. Chen Shu responded. Sitting very naturally on the sofa in the office. Then he listened to Su Qingwan continue to talk to the other party. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have heard his voice, because he heard Su Qingwan say, No. I am an employee of my company. Liar. What employee? It's obviously the ex-sugar daddy's boyfriend. Chen Shoro sat up straight with an expressionless face, his ears unconsciously pricked up. Su Qingwan said again. Okay, I'll definitely accompany you this weekend. You know, I love you the most in the whole world. I love you the most in the whole world. Disgusting. Chen Shoro curled his lips. When he was supporting Su Qingwan as his sponsor, he had never heard her say such sweet and love words. Oh. Do you really think he would care? Isn't it just a sentence? As if who would care? It's so funny, whose defense is broken. Chen Shoro crossed his arms over his chest and sneered. He listened to Su Qingwan coaxing the person on the other end of the phone with soft words for a full 5 minutes before she was in the mood to pay attention to him. Statement. Su Qingwan pointed to the chair in front of her desk and said, Sit here. You just had a sweet time with someone else, and now you think of me? If you ask me to go, I will go. Hee. I'm really going. Chen Shoro stood up expressionlessly and sat in front of her obediently. Boss Su. What do you want to talk to me about? Su Qingwan took off her headphones and looked up at him. Don't like being here. Want to change jobs. Damn. Could it be that his slacking off in submitting his resume was discovered? Chen Shoro rolled his eyes. That's not right. He has even handed in his resignation letter. What is there to be afraid of? He nodded immediately. Didn't you reject my resignation application yesterday? Is it going to be approved today? Su Qingwan shook her head and looked at him with her lips curled. Of course not. I looked at the company's data. The project you are responsible for is always the one that takes the shortest time and has the best quality among all the employees. How could a capable employee like you think I would let you go? Humph. The girl is quite knowledgeable. Chen Shu is not bragging, he is definitely the backbone of this broken company. 3-year veteran. If it weren't for the fact that being a supervisor also requires managing a team and wasting time. He had long since been promoted and given a raise, became his first CEO, married a beautiful, wealthy woman, and was back at the pinnacle of his life. There would never be a chance for Su Qingwan to be his immediate boss. Chen Shu raised his chin slightly. Just so you know. Look at his high spirits, proud and arrogant look. A hint of smile appeared in Su Qingwan's eyes. In that case. Then let's talk about you slacking off at the company this morning and submitting your resume to my other company. What do you mean? Chen Shuo looked at her doubtfully, his mind still failing to comprehend the situation for a while. Su Qingwan kindly reminded. Look at your phone. Chen Shuo keenly noticed her expression of enjoying the show. He wanted to refuse, but his body took out his phone faster than his brain. Automatically unlock your phone with your face. The recruitment software interface popped up, which he had not yet exited. Without opening the dialog box, the statement with 5.0 vision immediately saw Ms. Su in the chat. Come to the office, Mr. Chen. Ms. Su. Su Qingwan. Everything went dark before Chen Shu's eyes. There was only one thought in my mind. Enemies meet on a narrow road. He only thought about sending his resume to Cuckoo. Why didn't he look at the name of the company? That's better. Delivered directly to your door. But then again. In which big and decent company would the boss recruit personally? Not busy. It's so rare. From now on, he will definitely avoid anyone with the surname Su. Doesn't he even want to eat dragon beard cake? Who made it have a Su in its name? Anger. It's just such blatant anger. I have sent your resume to all other hours in the group. Then what? Find me a job. Let me fly free. No revenge. Good people will have a peaceful life and 108 babies in their womb. Chen Shuo sincerely and earnestly wished Su Qingwan all the best. Then, I will know which company you invest in the whole city. What I mean is, go ahead and run, but you can't escape from my grasp anyway. He ran and she chased. He can't fly away. Statement. A desperate dog will jump over the wall. It's getting urgent. Do you believe that I went directly to the black factory to screw screws? Of course, it is impossible to drive the screws in. How could he give up a promising part-time job just for the 18,000 yuan he could earn from screwing screws? But, late Su Qing, you capitalist. You will never receive such heartfelt and sincere blessings from me again. Su Qingwan paused, giving Chen Shuo time to think, and then said softly. Do you still want to resign now? Resign? It's impossible for me to resign. I will never resign in this lifetime. I will carry the banner for the company, sacrifice my life and devote all my youth to it. My boss's name is What. My boss told me to go east, not west. Chen Shuo showed a nuclear kind smile. Kick me. Even if you, Su Qingwan, kick the cotton tilder. And look at it from another angle. Su Qingwan insisted on keeping him in the company. To a certain extent, he can be more relaxed in the future and will not be fired even if he is caught. If he really gets fired for asking for trouble, wouldn't that be exactly what he wants? TSK. So delicious. Su Qingwan listened, a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. This person's emotions change so quickly. But the statement said that he could stay in the company honestly. Then her goal was achieved. In that case, Su Qingwan glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. Today is Friday, and the next 2 days are the weekend. Weekend. Su Qingwan tapped her fingers lightly on the tabletop, thinking. Their whole company is going to their hot spring resort for team building tonight. Go and notify them. Boss Su, this isn't my job, right? I know. Su Qingwan nodded and said shamelessly, I asked you to do it on purpose. Statement. Let us get this out of the way. You don't even try to hide your revenge, right? Chen Shu stiffened his neck and said, Boss Su, I have something to say but I don't know if I should say it or not. Su Qingwan, that means you shouldn't say it. Statement. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is the superior, the boss, the one who pays the salaries. I am already a mature workplace cow. I can drink coffee while working and naturally find a way to save myself. All the employees in our company are relatively introverted, so some people will definitely ask for leave. It would be better to just transfer the money directly than to spend that money on the hot spring resort. After all, asking about someone's well-being is not as good as giving them a huge sum of money. Su Qingwan seemed to think it made a lot of sense and nodded. Since you said so, let's go to the hot spring resort for team building. You are not allowed to take leave. Statement. What did I say? I say that you capitalists don't listen to your employees at all. Pooh. Chen Shuro cursed and turned out of the office, and announced directly in the company that they would go for team building after get off work. It is absolutely unethical to use weekend time for team building. But then again, that's a high-end hot spring resort with an average cost of 3,000 to 5,000 yuan per person. Especially after stating the news. Su Qingwan also said in the group that family members could be brought along and all expenses would be reimbursed. All the employees present were in no mood to work. The keyboard clattered. It's obviously a show-off. Wang Juwen is no less impressive. I'm done showing off to my friends and family. Out of the corner of my eye I caught a glimpse of a look of despair on his face. Reached out and poked him. What are you doing? Why do you look like you have to urinate frequently and can't finish it? Chen Shu glanced at him sideways. Oh. How can a mortal like you understand the vicissitudes of life? But, you and President Su really don't have anything going on. Wang Juwen's small green eye sparkled with gossip, otherwise, she has only been here for a few days, and she is paying attention to you every day. I'll bring you food and ask you to go to the office. The more you say. The more Wang Juwen felt that Su Qingwan had taken a fancy to Chen Shu. My eyes couldn't help but scrutinize him. Chen Shuro felt uneasy when he looked at him. Could it be that this kid really discovered something? Then Su Qingwan really should kill him to silence him. You don't look that good either. Wang Juwen looked him up and down and criticized. It means looking better. A little taller. The temperament is a little better. I know how to dress better now. That's nothing. Why doesn't Mr. Su look down on me? Statement. They were all praising him. But it will only take a short while. He didn't know what to answer. Wang Juwen, Wang Juwen. You are such a talented person. The company has you. What a blessing. Chapter 8 just happened to happen. In the blink of an eye, it was time to get off work. Because I have to bring my family with me. So those who have a car can pick up their family members and set off on their own. For those who don't have a car, the company has chartered 2 buses and will set off together after the family members arrive. The dog peeked secretly at his excited colleagues. On the phone is a message from their webmaster. I'm a bit busy on Friday, please come quickly. The orders are running out. Isn't this just picking up money for nothing? Chen Shu's eyes widened. He stood up suddenly. Wang Juwen was shocked. What? Shit. The statement was righteous and awe-inspiring. Then, despite Wang Juwen's cold stare, he leisurely walked out of the company gate, went to the bathroom next door to use the toilet, and then get off work. Su Qingwan didn't let him take leave. Then he just ran away and left, so it wouldn't be considered as asking for leave. Besides, he didn't lie either. I actually went to the bathroom before leaving. It's just that what happened next was concealed. Arrived downstairs. Chen Shuro picked up the takeout box, put on the yellow robe that symbolized his noble status, and took a step forward. Didi. Have you sent it? Welcome. Now I am the warrior who protects every hungry soul. Isn't it better to soak in a hot spring and let the extravagant enjoyment corrupt your inanibility? Looking at the cars stuck in the busy streets. Chen Shuro was controlling the small electric scooter at lightning speed. Move around freely. 1 order, 2 orders. 3 singles. Crash. These are the sounds of money arriving. Wonderful. Chen Shoro couldn't help but feel elated. He had no idea that the entire company was waiting for him. Downstairs of the company, there was a lot of chatter inside the bus. There was a storm outside the bus. Wang Juwen never expected that Chen Shoro's grandson did not fall into the toilet pit, but instead escaped with the shit. Now he had to bear Su Qingwan's cold gaze alone. Shivering. Wait until she relents and lets him leave. Back on the bus, Wang Juwen couldn't help feeling thankful. Fortunately, Su Qingwan didn't fancy me. Otherwise, this will freeze you to death. It is the most difficult to accept the favor of a beautiful woman. Statement. You are a real warrior. Lin Shanshan didn't expect that Chen Shoro would run away from such a good opportunity for team building. I didn't expect Su Qing to pay so much attention to Chen Shoro at the party. Look at the message he left for me. Trying to sort out the words. He stated that there was a gas leak in his house. I'm going home to turn off the gas. I won't be participating in this team building for now. There was no expression on Su Qingwan's delicate and beautiful face. Only the cold air kept coming out. Lin Shanshan was frozen like a quail. I wish I could just shrink into the ground. He really said that. Forehead. Lin Shanshan hesitated. That's certainly not what the statement says. Su Qingwan stretched out her hand. Show me. Oh no. It's over. Lin Shanshan handed over the phone as if she was sacrificing herself heroically. In the chat dialogue box, the statement said, Sister Shan, I won't go to the team building. If someone asks, just make up an excuse. Anyway, if Dogecoin wants to fire me for this, they have to give me 2n+1. 2n+1. He seemed quite happy. Su Qingwan returned the phone to Lin Shanshan. Pity. It also depends on whether she agrees or not. Su Qingwan said coldly. Then you can go ahead. Lin Shanshan felt that Su Qingwan's words were a bit strange, and asked tentatively. Then you bring the invoice back to the company for reimbursement. Su Qingwan finished speaking. He turned around and got into his own car. Let's go to Crescent Bay. Crescent Bay. Lin Shanshan knew that it was a high-end villa area in the city. And it was in two different directions from the hot spring villa they were about to go to. In other words, Su Qingwan isn't going to team building with them. Lin Shanshan was a little confused. It was clear that Su Qingwan was going to go just now. But after knowing that Chen Shoro was not there, she decided not to go with him. Lin Shanshan sensed something keenly. Su Qingwan, could she be having an affair with Chen Shu? A domineering female president and her rebellious little husband. Oh my god. Let us start knocking. Lin Shanshan's eyes lit up. I can't wait to share it with my gossip buddies. But as the car drove away, Su Qingwan glanced at Lin Shanshan from the lowered car window. This glance. All warnings. Knowing that he had pried into the big boss's privacy. Lin Shanshan was shocked. What to say and what not to say. She understood instantly. Even after warning Lin Shanshan with his eyes. Su Qingwan was not in a good mood at all when she returned to Crescent Bay. Obviously, his favorite thing before was to take her to the hot spring resort for a bath. He said his favorite thing is to take a hot spring bath. That's why she chose the hot spring resort for team building. Don't you like it now? So what does he like? Su Qingwan fell into deep thought. Have we really been apart for too long? So will everything you liked before change? I don't know how long it took. Su Qingwan's stomach started to growl. She subconsciously wanted to call the nanny. But it was only when I went downstairs that I realized I was in Crescent Bay. Here. She was always alone. She walked into the kitchen in her slippers and opened the refrigerator, which was, as expected, empty. Never mind. Su Qingwan closed the refrigerator door and ordered some takeout. She picked up her phone and opened the food delivery app. It's far away from the downtown. It is also a high-end villa area. Sometimes when you want to eat something but there is no babysitter at home, you can just call the property management and ask them to come to your house and prepare it. Generally, no one would order takeout. So Su Qingwan is absolutely a weirdo. Oh my god. It's a big order. Chen Shoro just swiped his fingers and grabbed a big order without thinking. But I remembered the experience of submitting my resume. Chen Shuro carefully looked at the consignee's name and. Not only is his surname Natsu, it is also completely different from their hot spring resort. Very good. The statement made him put his heart directly into his stomach. He was so happy to show it off to Wang Juan. Hey hey. I make money while you take a bath. If I don't get rich, who will? I'll roll you to death. However, Wang Juan did not reply immediately. Chen Shuro thought about it and guessed that he was having fun in the hot spring pool. He did not notice the message Wang Juan suddenly replied to him when he switched the dialogue box to the background, and the sentence. Mr. Su knew that you didn't come, and it seems that you didn't come either. And at this moment. Statement that the meal has been taken. Follow the navigation and head straight to Crescent Bay. It is indeed one of the best villa areas in the country. Even though it is covered with so much vegetation, there is no trace of mosquitoes at all. The air here is many times fresher than in the city. A natural aerobic oxygen bar. Chen Shuro got on the shuttle bus to the villa area. There is a security guard on each side. There is a driver in front, holding the exquisitely packaged takeaway in his arms. I really enjoyed it. Arrive. The driver stopped the car. 2 security guards got out of the car. One watched Chen Shuro deliver the takeaway, while the other accompanied him to deliver the takeaway. Statement. Why don't you just send it in for me? Oh. Because the villa complex covers such a large area, his backstage at the door could not reach to deliver and receive the goods. R. Fight with you rich people. Ding dong. Chen Shuro pressed the video doorbell. But no one answered the phone. But the bright lights in the windows of the villa showed that there were people living inside. After waiting for 5 minutes. Only then did Chen Shuro see the arc of the door handle in front of him. A smile suddenly appeared. Hello, you're. Cell. Oh my god. Now you just stop being a human being, right? Am I some kind of cheap person? This can happen. Statement. Su Qingwan looked at the person in the yellow robe in front of her. Yesterday I was still wearing clothes for local express delivery, but today I started delivering takeout. How many surprises are there that she doesn't know about? Chen Shu smiled awkwardly. Boss Su. I didn't expect you to order takeout yourself. Su Qingwan looked at him with a stern face. Yeah, I didn't expect you to deliver the food yourself. Har 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 har. The statement is embarrassing. Serve the people, serve the people. Su Qingwan invited him as if she didn't notice his embarrassment. Come in and sit down. No, I can't. Chen Shuro waved his hands. The main reason was that he had just cancelled the team building event for which he couldn't take leave, and now he was bumping into Su Qingwan again. Not only did she not ask why he didn't go to the team building event, she even enthusiastically invited him to come in and sit down. This is a villa area with high density. He was dismembered, but even the neighbors didn't know about it. For the sake of your life. The statement expresses refusal. Oh. Su Qingwan nodded. Okay then. Oh well. Oh well. Just, that's it. Chen Shu felt something was odd. But the meal has been delivered. He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and ate without knowing the taste. Enjoy your meal. Please give me a good review if you can. Thanks. Su Qingwan nodded slightly. As he turned to leave, the door closed with a click. At the door. She leaned against the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he didn't really come in. Otherwise. Su Qingwan looked at the empty 100 square meter living room. On the walls, on the ground, and even in the air. There are densely packed photos hanging on the wall. And there is only one owner of a photo. And they were all secretly photographed. If seen, you must think she is a pervert, right? Su Qingwan, holding a lunchbox, slowly squatted down and sat on the ground, leaning against the door. Her long and dense eyelashes concealed all the emotions in her eyes. She wouldn't let him know. Absolutely not. At the door. I heard the door close impatiently behind me. The statement paused. Then, under the ferocious gaze of the security guard, he walked again and got on the shuttle bus. I can never come here again. No matter how much money you offer, I won't come. Delivering food is like being in jail. Under attack from both sides. Chen Shoror took out his phone and clicked on delivery. Then I saw the message Wang Juan sent me. Oh shit. You kid, why didn't you say it earlier? He just happened to meet her. Chen Shoror cursed Wang Juan in his heart. Then block him directly. What's the point of having such a useless colleague? Pooh. At the same time. Happy is over. Wang Juan clicked on Chen Shoror's profile picture and was ready to show off his extravagant life, but he suddenly found that he had been blocked by Chen Shoror. It's poisonous. Who the hell would block a colleague if he hasn't resigned yet? Chapter 9. This is Su Qingwan. I've been seeing ghosts for several days in a row. Chen Shoror said that he didn't dare to do intra-city express delivery or takeout delivery during the past 2 days of the weekend. I was afraid that I would see Su Qingwan again when I was making money. After all, he is your boss. You can slack off during work and work part-time after get off work. But if you dance in front of the capitalists, then just wait for them to strike hard. Chen Shoror didn't mind bringing bad luck to Su Qingwan. But he was afraid of Su Qingwan's revenge. What if he destroys his part-time job that he has worked so hard to build? Wouldn't that be the end of it? Their head can be cut off and the blood can be shed. Don't give up your part-time job. Selling my son. $10 each, buy 3 get 1 free. In the park. Chen Shoror was wearing a frog costume and carrying a bunch of green suns on his shoulders. Walking carefree among the crowd. Chen Shoror, wearing a hood, completely returned to his true self, occasionally approaching passers-by and speaking in a low voice. Brother, do you want a son? Passers-by were horrified. Someone had committed a crime in broad daylight. They saw a bulging green frog being held up before their eyes. Cheap. $10 each. If you want to sell a frog balloon, just sell the balloon well. What does it mean to sell your son? It's just like a meeting between human traffickers. His demon spirit was almost pushed out. Today is the weekend, and it is evening again. The breeze is not dry and the temperature is just right. Parents with their children out to play are everywhere, and occasionally you can see young couples hiding in the bushes, kissing each other with their hormones running wild. TSK. The world is going downhill. The world is going downhill. Chen Shoror curled his lips, found a secluded place, took off his hood and took a rest, and by the way, gave birth to a few more sons to make up for the shortage. Just as Chen Shoror was trying to cheer himself up. Uncle. You're so handsome. Everyone knows. Children will never lie. Looking at the little loli in front of me who is only 4 or 5 years old. Her skin is fair and tender, and she has a pair of big eyes as clear as the bright moon. When she blinks her thick and long eyelashes and looks at me, she looks even more sincere. Chen Shu shook his bangs which were wet with sweat and said proudly. I didn't expect you to be so young. But he has a keen eye. Good vision. What eyes are like what? The little girl's face was full of pure stupidity that had not been polluted by knowledge. Uncle, what does that mean? It seems that the little loli has never been to school. Chen Shu smiled and said. I'm praising you for your good taste. I also think I have a good eye. The little girl's eyes were sparkling, with a bit of shyness on her face, but she nodded without hesitation. Hissed Tilda. This is a shameless feeling. It seems a little familiar. Chen Shu stroked his chin and asked her again. Child. Where are your parents? Why are you here alone? The little girl replied in a serious tone. Mom is missing. She's running around. Statement. This is a serious statement with a very confident look. The statement was really believed. Bullshit. Really. Children really can't lie. But they can lie. Chen Shu looked around, then turned back and asked her. Then do you know where your mother ran away and got lost? Uncle. The little girl seemed a little helpless as to why she asked such a question. If I knew, Mom wouldn't have gotten lost. Statement. I always feel despised. Are kids nowadays really so rebellious? Chen Shoror said that he couldn't keep up with the times, couldn't keep up with the post-2010s. Chen Shoror glanced at the short little Lolita. It may also be the brain circuit of those born in the 20s. Chen Shoror was silent for a while, looking at the little loli who didn't seem to be anxious at all. Do you need me to call the police for you? Don't bother, uncle. The little girl waved the watch on her wrist and said sweetly, it has a positioning system. My mother will be able to find me soon. Really? Technology changes life. Chen Shu finally understood what those people in the 60s and 70s were sighing about. We didn't have such good stuff back then. The little girl spoke again. Uncle, can you wait for mom with me? Can. Although there is positioning. But Chen Shu was still a little worried about leaving the little girl alone in the park. He was resting anyway. Why not wait with her for a while? Uncle, don't worry, I won't let you wait in vain. The little girl stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to pat Chen Shuo's shoulder, but because of her height, she could only settle for patting the frog head that Chen Shuo placed next to her. Her baby voice is not mature enough for her age. I'll pay you the market hourly wage. I am a very good person. Can you meet a domineering little lodi when you go out? Chen Shuo couldn't help laughing at this sudden thought of his. Seeing her serious look, he teased her with a smile. Do you know how much I made this afternoon? Just want to pay me. I'm expensive. The little girl was indeed stunned. Her round little face was tense, she swallowed her saliva and said nervously. Do you earn more in a day than my mother? Maybe. There are many people in the park today, so his business is also good. I just calculated that I earned 320 from WeChat alone, plus various other things like Jifubao and cash. After deducting the costs, I can earn at least 500 or 600. If I could have this income every day, plus all the other stuff. He can earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. If she were an ordinary housewife, she probably wouldn't earn as much as he does. So he looked at the little Lolita and asked with a smile. So, how much are you going to give me? Little Lolita is well versed in the art of employing people, and instead pushed the pricing power to Chen Shu. Then please introduce yourself first. And tell me how much you think you're worth. Is there any place where I can pay more for you? Statement. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm in an interview? I'm just looking after a kid. And why does this little Lolita look more and more familiar? These eyes, this nose, this mouth. Especially the temperament around him. Chen Shu felt as if he had seen them somewhere before. It's just for a while. I couldn't remember the statement, so I could only comfort myself. I guess all good-looking kids look the same. The ugly children are dazzlingly ugly, each in their own way. Uncle, you don't want to make an offer? There was a hint of doubt in the little girl's eyes. Her mother clearly said this every time, and then the uncles and aunts sitting in front of her would talk non-stop as if they had pressed a switch. But why is this uncle different? Oh. Chen Shuo came back to his senses, thought about it, and then casually stretched out 5 fingers. $5. For a kid of this age, this should be a huge sum of money, right? It's just to amuse the children. He didn't really intend to do it. 5,000. The little girl looked at Chen Shu's finger and asked hesitantly. When she saw Chen Shu's eyes suddenly widened, she immediately changed her words. Could it be 50,000? 500,000? Seeing Chen Shuo's increasingly distorted expression, the little girl wrinkled her face and said aggrievedly. Uncle, I really can't add any more. I don't have that much money. Statement. So you really have 500,000? He finally understood why some people specifically kidnapped rich people and their children. You damn rich people. I'm going to fight you. Either you have a life to tie you up or you have no life to spend. Little friend, you should be in my sack at this moment. And you can still stand here and talk to me properly. It was all thanks to my iron willpower and noble sense of morality that prevailed. The statement waved his hands feebly. Keep the flowers for yourself. I'll leave when your mother comes. Mother. The little girl suddenly jumped off the chair and waved her hands desperately towards a slender figure not far away. Uncle, look, that's my mother. I'll ask her to give you the money later. Statement. Come on. Your mother is not a big villain. No matter how rich you are, you won't give me 500,000. But he was very curious. What kind of parent would give such a large amount of pocket money to a 4 or 5-year-old child? Are you stupid? Chen Shuo thought so. He squinted his eyes and looked at the woman who was walking towards him from afar. He was wearing a black sportswear with white edges. Cover it tightly. But you can still see her slim figure. Especially the aura that emanates from her body, which makes everything behind her become the background. As she got closer, The appearance can be seen more clearly. These eyes, this nose, this mouth. Every detail is in line with his aesthetic taste. After combining together this appearance, why does she look so damn like Su Qingwan? Wrong. This is Su Qingwan. Chapter 10. Is my daughter cute? Chen Shu immediately picked up the frog's head to cover himself. He lowered his voice and asked the little girl in fear. That's your mom? Yes. Your mother's name is Su Qingwan. Uncle, how do you know my mother's name? The little girl looked at him in surprise. Have you seen my mother on TV? Isn't she super awesome? Statement. Sharp. So awesome. So powerful that he wanted to kill him as well. What does it mean that enemies often meet in a narrow road? This is what they call enemies meeting on a narrow road. It's not like that tiny place like South Korea, where the hero and heroine can meet each other just around the corner. This city is not small. How come we meet everywhere? Chen Shuo looked at the phone watch on the little girl's wrist, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that Su Qingwan had located his phone? How else to explain all this? Is he that mean? Send it to Su Qingwan to be abused. And when did Su Qingwan have such a big baby? Look at the little girl's age. Before he could continue thinking, he caught a glimpse of Su Qingwan getting closer and closer. Chen Shuo didn't even want his frog son anymore and wanted to leave in a hurry. Since your mother is here, I'll leave first. But uncle. Just as the little loli was about to say something, she heard Su Qingwan shout. Nan nan. Mother. The little girl immediately hugged Chen Shu's thigh and pulled him towards Su Qingwan. Mom, this is uncle. He is a good man. Drop. Nice guy card. Chen Shuo never thought that he would receive such an evaluation from a little kid. But what is more important now is that Su Qingwan has already walked in front of him. Oh shit. How to run? If Su Qingwan saw me with her daughter, wouldn't she kill me? In a flash. Chen Shuo simply put on a frog mask to cover his face. Su Qingwan looked at the big green frog in front of her and couldn't help but frown. Good person. Which good person suddenly puts on a hood when he sees the child's parents coming? He looked as if he couldn't wait to find a gap to crawl into. This is too suspicious. But he did help Nan Nan after all. Su Qingwan still spoke. Thank you for accompanying Nan Nan. It's troublesome. Chen Shuo was about to say it was okay, but suddenly he remembered that Su Qingwan must be very familiar with his voice. I had to temporarily change it to a nod. But I didn't expect the frog's head to be so empty. Su Qingwan couldn't see his slight nod at all. Chen Shu quickly waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. He pointed to the frog in his hand, then pointed to the park, indicating that he was going to continue selling goods. You? Su Qing looked at the green frog in front of her at night. Could it be that this guy couldn't speak? Thinking about how she had just thought that he was not a good person, Su Qingwan suddenly felt guilty. She looked at the long string of froglets in his hand. I didn't expect this person to be so kind. I have been unable to run my business right now because I am taking care of my lost daughter. She knew how hot this kind of doll was inside when she was working part-time in high school. Immediately, Su Qingwan said in a deep voice. I want all your balloons. How much? Just at this moment. Nan Nan suddenly said, Mom, this uncle asked me for 500,000 yuan, remember to give it to him. Su Qingwan? Chen Shu. I knock. Who the hell asked you for 500,000? Are you taking advantage of the fact that you are a little kid and talking nonsense? Su Qingwan's expression changed as she looked at him. Chen Shuo didn't care whether Su Qingwan would recognize him or not. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. She said she wanted to pay me for her company, so I just held out my hand to tease her. Who knew she would ask for $500,000? 500,000. Even if it's for my life, I still have to add some extra money. But he really didn't expect it. Nanan's foolish mother. It turned out to be Su Qingwan. He is not mute. Moreover, Su Qingwan felt that their voice was somewhat familiar. She paused and invited tentatively. Children speak without restraint. How about I treat you to a meal? After all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know where she ran off to now. Have a meal. That means I have to take off their hood. How is this possible? The statement waved his hands in resistance. No, no. I never leave my name behind when I do good things. Since you have found the child, I will leave first. The big green frog exuded a breath of haste and embarrassment, and turned around and prepared to run away. Something's wrong. Su Qingwan narrowed her eyes slightly and watched him repeatedly resist her proposals, and now he even threw down the frog balloon. This person. You must know yourself. Maybe, I know him too. Nan Nan looked at the big frog that turned and left, and shouted anxiously. Uncle, why are you leaving? Don't you and my mother know each other? Wipe. Chen Shu's body stiffened. Little friend, now I regret helping you. Is there anyone who sells out his teammates like you do? Do we know each other? Su Qingwan's cold and doubtful voice came faintly. Oh my God. Return to God's statement. Run away. He just didn't believe that Su Qingwan could catch up with him. Although he was uneducated when he was in college, he was a member of the track and field team and even won awards in a national college competition. Either Chen Shoror is bragging, or even the professional athletes from the sports school can't outrun him. Countless people were thankful that he did not take up the path of competition. But there is an old saying that goes well. A hero never brags about his past achievements. Too much joy leads to sorrow. After so many years of hardships in life, he is no longer the young man who once flew on the track. Not to mention, he was wearing a frog skin. Su Qingwan just chased casually. I grabbed the frog skin on his body. Since we know each other, then we should have a meal to express our gratitude. Chen Shoror shook his head frantically, resisting with all his body. No, no, no. Yes. Su Qingwan insisted. No. It's a must. No, no. I gave it to you, so you must. Depend on. Why are there people who force themselves to eat? Are all you female CEOs so domineering? The statement was so sad that there were no tears. You can't run away, fight. Chen Shoror turned around and looked at Su Qingwan through the gap in the hood. Beating people is against the law. As a responsible, moral and motivated citizen, Chen Shoror said that if he ended up in jail, wouldn't that delay his ability to earn money? He discussed. How about we? Sizzle. Chen Shu was speaking. Suddenly, the scene in front of me became bright. The frog head that was supposed to be on his head somehow ran into Su Qingwan's arms. Oh no. It feels so good. It's like a rat in a sewer being caught and exposed under strong sunlight. It feels so good. It feels so good to be exposed. Har 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 har. It's you, after all. Su Qingwan looked at him with a smile, statement. She felt familiar from the beginning of the voice. Seeing him running away in panic further confirmed her judgment. Ahar. Chen Shoror laughed awkwardly, then said exaggeratedly with a blank and innocent look on his face. Ouch. Isn't this Mr. Su? What a coincidence, I actually met you here. Look at the pretentious statement. Su Qingwan raised the corners of her lips slightly and replied. It's quite a coincidence indeed. So, why did you pretend not to know me just now? Statement. You've killed the topic right away. Chen Shoror didn't dare to look at her, his eyes darted around, and finally his gaze fell on the girl next to him. This is Su Qingwan's child. Su Qingwan's child is already this big. Without waiting for Chen Shu's answer, Su Qingwan followed his gaze and saw Nan Nan standing obediently. A smile of understanding and excitement instantly flashed in her eyes. There was a hint of mischief hidden in the clear voice. Isn't he my daughter cute? The emotions that had just been ignored came flooding back. Chen Shoror felt as if his heart was stuffed with a ball of cotton soaked in water, and it felt bloated and a little uncomfortable. Chapter 11. You have a daughter and I have a son. How about getting one together? Depend on. She really is her daughter. Even though it had just been confirmed from Nanan's mouth. But when I really heard Su Qingwan say this, Chen Shu felt as if something was shattered from his body. That was his lost youth. The statement is heart-wrenching. I didn't expect your daughter already has one. How about another son? Let's get together. Don't worry, I have many sons here. Su Qingwan? How come I didn't know you had a son? Wrong. When did you get a partner? The information Assistant Chen gave her was inaccurate. If the statement is married, wouldn't that make her a clown? No. So what if we get married? You can still leave. As for the son, it's okay to treat them as your own children. Just when Su Qingwan was feeling flustered, a flash of green suddenly appeared before my eyes. Is this a hint? Was she cheated on when she was in college? Su Qingwan's face turned cold as ice, and she tried hard to recall her college days. Finally, she caught a glimpse of something fishy. The day before the start of junior year, Chen Shoro showed the way to a junior high school girl. The child must have been there at that time. Or Chen Shoro talked for a long time, but Su Qingwan's expression kept changing, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. It was better before, emotions were written on the face. As soon as he got close, Su Qingwan's face turned red. Especially the earlobes, which looked like they were dripping with blood. Now, it looks cold. The statement leaves no doubt. If it weren't for the lore here, Su Qingwan could just pull out a knife and stab him. Chen Shu shook his head and continued to raise the frog in his hand in front of her. My frog son. $10, $10, just $10. $10 won't buy you any loss or deception. It can also make you happy. Your life will be complete. Su Qingwan? What the hell? Su Qingwan looked at him hesitantly. Is this green-skinned toad your son? TSK. Chen Shoro shook his head, and when Su Qingwan's eyes were about to dim, he said, How can you say it's a toad? As its father, I won't allow you to insult my son like this. It's the cutest little frog in the world. Su Qingwan. She should have known. All her analysis just now wasted. Su Qingwan loosened her clenched hands slightly, and she didn't know when her palms were filled with sweat. I want them all. I'll take as much as you have. What a frog son. All of you, stay in the warehouse. Scary. That's not good. Chen Shoro refused verbally but started to take out the frogs that had not been inflated yet, regretting that he still didn't bring enough. Then he handed the WeChat payment code to Su Qingwan. 86 suns in all. It was supposed to be $860. You bought a lot, so I'll take a loss. I'll just give you 800 yuan. Hey. He buys 3 and gets 1 free. Giving away 6 for free is a huge profit. Can Su Qingwan scan the code to pay? It's over. Look at the amount received. Chen Shu asked doubtfully, I gave you 500 more. The rest is for you to eat together. After Su Qingwan finished speaking, she waved her phone again. Otherwise, I remember that it seems that unlicensed business is not allowed here. Threaten. A naked threat. Chen Shu curled his lips. If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you be a bastard. That is. You buy me to eat with you. Does the child's father mind? He just doesn't believe that there is any man who wouldn't mind his wife's ex. Money sponsor. After all, they didn't seem to be in a serious relationship before. Su Qingwan curled her lips at Chen Shoro, her eyes gradually becoming deeper. Do you hope he minds? This has nothing to do with me. Chen Shu felt even worse. That man was so generous. You can just leave your beautiful wife and lovely child in the park without having to worry about someone trying to steal your lover away. He. That man didn't love her that much. It was probably because the couple had a disharmonious relationship, otherwise why would Su Qingwan have the time to always find fault with him? The statement was terrified in his heart. Is this question difficult to answer? Su Qingwan tilted her head slightly, and this expression made her look even softer and more cute. But it also made Chen Shoro feel her strong approach. What the matter? You're already married, your kid is already a few years old, and you're still asking me this kind of question. Even the warmth of family couldn't make you give up targeting me. Do I dare to say bad things about the boss husband at this time? The statement directly and abruptly changes the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to eat? Let's go. By the way, bring your old partner out for a stroll. Whether it is a mule or a horse, you will know it by just taking a walk. He wanted to see what Su Qingwan had found. The group of 3 arrived at the restaurant next to the park. Just walked to the door. The waiter, who was very polite and capable, said, Welcome. We have a new parent-child set menu today. Great for a family of 3. Statement. Do you think I, a big frog, and I are a family member? Su Qingwan had already taken her daughter into the box and sat down. Lightly ordered. Then let's have a family meal. We'll see about the rest. The waiter nodded and quickly placed the order on the iPad. Okay. Not long. The family meal was served. This parent-child meal is worthy of being called a parent-child meal. Parent-child relationships are evident everywhere. Chen Shuo looked at the tableware with "father" written on it placed in front of him, and then looked at Su Qingwan and Xiao Nanan's tableware with "mother" and "daughter" marked on them respectively. What a talented person. The person who planned this package is definitely a talent. Nanan's father came in and was probably about to have a heart attack. Chen Shuo took a deep breath and glanced at Su Qingwan, who seemed to have noticed nothing. That. When will Nanan's father arrive? Su Qingwan picked up the chopsticks and glanced at him with a half smile. Are you concerned about when he'll arrive? No, it's just that this atmosphere always feels weird to me. Chen Shuo whispered, I got a good daughter and a beautiful wife for free, cough. I feel guilty. Is there? Su Qingwan asked back, hinting, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Statement. That's it. I really did something bad. I feel guilty when I see Su Qingwan. However, it seems that Su Qingwan not only has a new boyfriend, but also has a daughter. Things in the past. Should it be over for her? The statement is not certain. At the same time, he hoped that Su Qingwan would get better and better. But I really don't want her. Forget yourself. Even if it is dislike, hatred or revenge. Oh shit. He is really mean. Chen Shuo almost couldn't help but slap himself twice. It's all because of Su Qingwan's sudden appearance. Originally, he was almost adapting to his current life. All those memories that once seemed like they were from a previous life were forced deep in his heart. Now it has been reopened. It made him suddenly think of how rich and handsome he used to be. Life is so hard and poor nowadays. Why? This life is simply unbearable. If you bring a piece of tofu to me, I will kill myself on the spot. This meal was tasteless. On the contrary, Su Qingwan ate with relish and even called the waiter over for more food. What? Are you happy thinking that you will meet Nan's father soon? When I think of this possibility. Chen Shuo couldn't help but poke around in the bowl with his chopsticks. Until the good piece of meat in the bowl was turned into minced meat. Then I threw it away in frustration. But then I saw a bone plate with the word "father" written on it under the bowl. I can't describe the feeling in my heart. What kind of father is he? Even the time for meals was stolen. Complaint. When a man and a woman take their child out to eat, they are not necessarily a family of three. Definitely going to complain to this store. I've made up my mind. Chen Shuo's mood finally improved a little. Opposite. Su Qingwan watched Chen Shu's movements with interest. When I'm upset, I like to poke things and play with them. These familiar little movements have not changed. As always, she saw through it easily. I didn't expect that when I took my daughter out to play today, I would get an unexpected gain. Su Qingwan curved her eyes and the corners of her lips also rose. The ice that never changes. At this time it gradually melts away. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the box door. The waiter appeared at the door. She turned slightly to reveal the man behind her. Hello. This guest said he came with you. Dad. Nanan's eyes lit up instantly. The statement radar suddenly sounded. This is Nan's father, Su Qingwan's. Current? He looked up and down at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him. An ordinary square face. Wearing ordinary black framed glasses. He was wearing an ordinary plaid shirt. Carrying a black backpack. It looks like the outfit of those tech geeks in college. I don't know what Su Qingwan saw in him. Why? Lu Xingguo responded, walked quickly to Nanan's side and picked up his daughter. The father and daughter were affectionate for a long time. He seemed to have just noticed the statement beside him. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Who are you? Hello. Chen Shu came back to his senses and smiled at him. I am Chen Shu. Even if Su Qingwan chose such a man who seemed to be useless. But Chen Shu didn't feel like he lost. Lu Xingguo looks older than himself, this is a victory. I won one game, Lu Xingwe won 0 games, this is my second win. I have 2 wins, Lu Xingwe has 0 wins, this is the third win. So, I stated, and won. Winning is awesome. Chen Shoror. No wonder Lu Xingwe felt familiar with her. He suddenly realized, aren't you Qingwan's elder brother? Brother Xing. Su Qingwan interrupted, looking a little embarrassed, and seemed to not want Lu Xingwe to continue speaking. Nan Nan got lost in the park today, and he helped her. Lost. When Lu Xingwe heard this, he immediately turned his gaze to his own daughter. Nan Nan blinked guiltily and put her head on his shoulder like an ostrich. It's not my fault. Mom was the one who got lost first. Lu Xingwe shook his head helplessly and looked at Chen Shu again. This child is just too naughty. Her mother and I can't do anything about her. Thank you for today. Her mother and I. Her mother. Mom. KO. Lu Xingwe scored the winning goal. Directly knocked the statement completely out of victory. The corners of the statement's lips were stiff. You're welcome. Beside. Su Qingwan's lips curled up slightly, taking in all the reactions to the statement. Uncle is a good man. Nan Nan heard them talking about her and immediately said. And he is handsome. Dad, I want my uncle to be Mom's boyfriend. What do you mean? Chen Shoror's eyes widened in shock. Let me be your mother's boyfriend. Does your dad know? Chen Shoror set his eyes on Lu Xingwe. Oh. Your dad really knows. Which good girl would find a second love for her mother in front of her father? Don't you want your butt anymore? Give your children a complete childhood. Don't let her go just because he is an outsider. I didn't even get to try the expected stir-fried bamboo shoots with shredded pork. Then I heard Lu Xingwe say. It seems our daughter has good taste. Your uncle Chen Shu is very handsome and a good match for your mother Su. Chen Shu's face was full of question marks. Are you crazy? Or is this world crazy? Could it be that I am crazy? Chapter 12 How can you be without a trumpet when you are in the arena? Brother Xing, he is my. Su Qingwan interrupted slowly and reminded, subordinates. Subordinate. Lu Xingwe glanced playfully between Chen Shoror and Su Qingwan. Will he believe it? Besides, Lu Xingwe had also heard about what happened between them before. He just didn't believe that the Su Qingdala that he had been thinking about for so long really acquired Chen Shoror's company for business development. And now I am your subordinate, and in the future I will be your subordinate. Cough. Lu Xingwe coughed and thought that young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Su Qingwan nodded without changing her expression. Certainly. Yes, President Su is very capable. Chen Shu also nodded, although he always felt something was strange. But Su Qingwan's ability is really amazing. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to establish such a large group in just a few years. It's much better than him, the second-generation bankrupt who just eats and waits for death. You're amazing too. Lu Xingwe looked at the statement sincerely. This person made Su Qingwan remember him for many years and could not forget him. What a skill! Also very strong. Statement. The feeling of weirdness grew stronger. Isn't he this man too generous? Not only was Su Qingwan not angry at all about being matched up by her own daughter, but she also praised him, her love rival. Could it be that what happened to me these past few days was all planned by Su Qingwan? Am I just a part of their relationship? If you think so, everything is clear now. Chen Shu wanted to slap his thigh. So heartless. How could I possibly handle both of them by myself? There really is an expert behind Su Qingwan. Ahem. Seeing what Lu Xingwe said, Chen Shoror's thoughts became more and more distorted. Su Qingwan changed the subject and said, Where's my sister? Her? Lu Xingwe shook his head helplessly. It sounded like he was complaining, but his voice was full of doting. You know she is always slow. Yo tilde. Before the door of the box was completely opened, Chen Shu and the others heard someone laughing and saying, Why do I hear people talking bad about me behind my back? I caught you. As she spoke, the door of the box was pushed open completely. A slightly plump woman wearing a well-tailored black dress walked in. The woman didn't seem to expect that there was someone else in the box. I was slightly stunned when I saw the statement. The next second, she was interrupted by Nan Nan. Mother. baby. Mother? How many mothers do you have? The narrator was dumbfounded. Look at the woman who suddenly appeared, and then look at Su Qingwan. Finally, his eyes fell on Lu Xingwe. Lu Xingwe naturally approached the woman, holding the child in one hand and taking the bag from her with the other. This familiar gesture. Su Qingwan was also KOED? Chen Shuo silently turned his gaze back to Su Qingwan. I didn't expect that after leaving him, my taste in choosing men is still so bad. Forget about that guy in college, at least he was very ambitious except for being poor. This Lu Xingwe is simply greedy for more. I don't know what Su Qingwan sees in him. She actually took care of his child as if she had drunk a drug. What made him even more angry was, ever since this woman appeared, Lu Xingwe didn't even give Su Qingwan a glance. When he was around, when had Su Qingwan ever been neglected? Get your place back. Chen Shuo was so disappointed. I have already said this to you, and you still don't know how to respond. Men are like that. We think something is good only when someone steals it. The same must be true for Lu Xingwe. If not now to show how popular you are, when will you? Real. Before Su Qingwan could respond, the woman's eyes lit up. Xiao, why don't you tell me so that I can check it for you? I thought you were stuck on what happened before. What happened before? What happened before? Lu Xingwe seemed to have mentioned it just now. Both of them seemed to know a lot about Su Qingwan's past, etc. The statement was made after the fact. Could it be that I have misunderstood something? Damn! Sister! Su Qingwan interrupted her again, this is all nonsense. Sister! Statement, sister! We don't look alike. Su Qingyu pulled Su Qingwan to her side. The two looked completely different when alone, but when they stood together, they could see similarities. Especially their noses and mouths, they look as if they were carved from the same mold. Chen Shu nodded. I was frantically thinking about what I had just said. There shouldn't be any retaliation, right? Su Qingyu smiled and continued. Come to think of it, I've seen you before. R. Chen Shuo thought about it and was sure that he had never met Su Qingwan's sister. One summer vacation, you were always sneaking around my door. Su Qingyu thought about that time, when she went out, she would always see people driving fancy sports cars and wearing luxury goods, and she almost had the statement, rich and stupid, engraved on her forehead. I didn't expect him to just squat there, and no one dared to look at him at all. She didn't even know that she was Su Qingwan's sister. But true. She was already married at that time. Doesn't often live at home. Moreover, their family does not have a good relationship with the nearby neighbors. She thought Chen Shu was a bad guy and wanted to call the police to drive him away, but she didn't expect that the person who stopped her in the end was Su Qingwan. Later, when graduation was approaching, Su Qingwan seemed to have suffered a major blow and was depressed for a long time. Then, she started studying and starting a business like crazy. She wasn't particularly clear what happened between the two of them. But Su Qingyu was very sure. Everything Su Qingwan had done so far was for the statement at hand. But it seems now Su Qingyu's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. Their relationship seems to have turned around. In the past, it was Chen Shu who pursued her, and now it is Su Qingwan who pursues him. I guess it will be lively in the future. Before, I didn't know any better, har har. Chen Shuo was sweating profusely. He thought he was doing it very secretly. Fortunately, I moved myself. Then I wrote about it extensively on my moments and received a lot of likes from my friends. Now think about this. What does it mean when a girl says no? When pursuing a girl, you must be persistent. As long as you are affectionate enough, girls will be moved. I don't know what kind of idiot wrote these things, which were regarded as the guide to chasing girls in those days. And he actually believed it. But who has done something when they were young that makes them feel so embarrassed that they want to die when they think about it many years later, even when they are lying in a coffin? It's okay. It's okay. A person's life will pass quickly. Chen Shu comforted himself silently. But he didn't expect that Su Qingwan's sister would remember such a small matter for such a long time. Is holding grudges a common tradition in their family? QAQ. Then wouldn't he be doomed? No wonder Su Qingwan showed such an unnatural expression when he said he wanted to meet her girlfriend. Now that I think about it, it was obvious that he was deliberately watching me in all the fun. I knew it. There's no way Su Qingwan would be so kind as to treat me to a meal. So it was the Hongmen banquet. Su Qingwan is really getting worse and worse. He is simply unable to handle Su Qingwan now. Got to run. Still have to run quickly. Chen Shuro once again made up his mind. Su Qingyu's eyes flickered as she thought about how distressed Su Qingwan looked when she called him 2 days ago. He asked Chen Shu again. Chen Shu, you just said that there are many young talents in the company who like Qing Wan. Forehead. How does he know? He just said it casually. He just didn't want Amelia Su to be looked down upon by Lu Xingguo, but who would have thought that Lu Xingguo was her brother-in-law? Chen Shu scratched his head, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Su Qingyu continued to smile and said, but that's normal. Our Qingwan has been pursued since she was a child. If all those love letters were kept, they would probably fill up an entire room. But she has never been liked by anyone since she was a child. Everyone says that love and coughing cannot be hidden. But the same is true for beauty. As long as you are pretty enough, even if you go out wearing a sack, people will think it is a new trend. No matter how hard you try to hide it, it will always show up inadvertently. Su Qingwan is undoubtedly such a person. Otherwise, Chen Shuro would not be struck by her beauty and fall in love with her at first sight just by taking a glance at her. So, Chen Shu nodded in agreement. Su Qingyu continued. But she was so focused on her studies that she didn't care about these things at all. But after she was admitted to university, she seemed to have had a relationship, and the man didn't even mention breaking up to her face, he just disappeared. That's right. Chen Shu, I haven't asked you which school you graduated from yet. A fatal question. This is definitely a fatal question. The statement immediately set off alarm bells. As they were talking, the topic suddenly turned to him. Isn't this a common tactic women often use? Especially. Su Qingyu said that Su Qingwan had a relationship when she was in college. That person seems to be him. Isn't this the end? Considering the relationship between Su Qingyu and Su Qingwan, if they knew about it, wouldn't they kill him directly? Oh my god. The number of enemies instantly increased from 1 to 3. Oh no, 4. Chen Shuro set his gaze on the girl in their arms. If you don't remove the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. He then said awkwardly. What a coincidence. President Su and I are schoolmates. What's more coincidental is, I am still Su Qingwan's first love, who didn't even dare to mention the breakup to her face. Are you surprised? Are you unexpected? Do you want to fuck me? Oh tilde. Su Qingyu suddenly realized what he meant and looked at the cold sweat on his forehead. What's going on? Why are you sweating? Is the air conditioner too hot? I'll ask the waiter to lower the temperature. No, I just love to sweat. Chen Shu waved his hand and took the tissue handed to him and wiped it naturally. Then he found that the paper. It seemed like it was given to him by Su Qingwan. Chen Shu's hands trembled. Thinking of my past self, I would naturally order Su Qingwan to get me tissues and water cups, and even ask Su Qingwan to carry my bag when I played ball. The cold sweat on my forehead became more severe. A sentence suddenly flashed through my mind. What goes around comes around. It's not that I don't report it, it's just that the time has not come yet. Su Qingwan, now is the time to take revenge. Su Qingyu saw the two people's tacitly coordinated actions, and a mischievous smile flashed across her eyes. But that's all in the past. Now our Qingwan is the president of a large company and a rising star in the industry. Just this identity is enough to attract all kinds of elites to pursue her. The previous love affair that ended without a result has long become a thing of the past in my youth. I just wonder if that boy who chose to separate back then would regret it now that he knows how powerful our Qing Wan is. Statement, what do you think? I said. What did I say? Chen Shuro felt as if he was being roasted on a grill, and Su Qingyu gave him the feeling of a smiling tiger. She was obviously smiling, but he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in his back, and like there was something stuck in his throat. If you were that person, would you regret it? Su Qingyu asked again. Har. This was asked to my face. Su Qingyu may not know about their previous relationship. But as the person involved, Su Qingwan must know everything. Now. He could even feel Su Qingwan's gaze on him. Chen Shu laughed and said. Most people will regret it. After all, President Su is so outstanding and perfect. After saying, Chen Shoror clearly felt that the gaze gradually dimmed as he spoke. His heart skipped a beat. There was a momentary pause. 2. Su Qingyu looked like a tumbler, responding to the statement after being prodded, and directly chose to increase the intensity of the stimulation. But I'm getting older year after year. I can't always be busy with my career. I still need to find a husband to take care of me. Hey, otherwise, Xingwan, you can be with Assistant Shen. I remember he is more handsome than an Ivy League graduate, right? His family is well off and he is also very capable. You and him. I watched as Su Qingyu started to matchmake people. Su Qingwan suddenly felt overwhelmed and said helplessly, he is my subordinate. Subordinates? What happened to the subordinates? It's not impossible for a subordinate to do that if you like. Su Qingyu was hinting at something. Besides, isn't it more exciting to be a subordinate? Su Qingwan. Statement. As expected of. The wheel of the car rolled over my face. This is in front of the children. I don't know what to pay attention to. As Chen Shoro was accusing her, Nan Nan suddenly raised her watch. Uncle, Nan Nan likes you. Can Nan Nan add you on WeChat? Sure. After knowing that she was not Su Qingwan's biological daughter, Chen Shoro felt that she was even cuter and more beautiful. Naturally, I would not refuse such a small thing. He directly took out his WeChat QR code and handed it to her. Just scan it. Drip. Another QR code scanning sound was heard. Su Qingwan looked at the scan account and raised her eyebrows at him. Small. Statement. Har har har. Careless. Without any preparation, he was discovered by Su Qingwan. But how can you be without a trumpet when you are in the world? Chapter 13. When a cow is tired, it will lie down. When a horse is tired, it will eat grass. When you are tired, cows and horses, you will make coffee for yourself. You scared him. Inside the car, Su Qingwan looked at Su Qingyu, who was teasing her daughter. The expression on her face was as cold and indifferent as ever, but if you looked closely, you could still detect her hidden worry. Something happened in his family, and he has had a hard time in the past few years. Su Qingyu put Nan Nan in Lu Xingguo's arms, raised her hand and pinched Su Qingwan's cold face, muttering. Why is it that the older you get, the more you become like an ice cube? She is not as cute as she was when she was a child. Su Qingwan pulled down the hand that was pinching her face and looked at her helplessly. Sister, I'm talking to you about serious matters. I'm talking to you about serious matters, too. Su Qingyu smiled and touched her head, comforting her softly. Don't worry, if Chen Shoror is so easily defeated, then he is not worth your concern for so many years. But that brat's words are so slippery that it's hard to find any evidence against him. I guess, as the president, you might not be able to deal with him. Chen Shoror's fall from being a rich second-generation feller to being a street vendor. The hardships and indifference he endured in the process are not something that most people can endure. It was she, Su Qingwan's elder sister, who was also proud for a while after knowing that her younger sister had become successful. Not to mention the statement of falling from the nest of wealth to the slums. From the conversation just now, Chen Shoror clearly already knew Su Qingwan's identity, but his eyes were still clear without a trace of calculation. Just this look alone was enough to make Su Qingyu value Chen Shoror. Not to mention, Su Qingyu mercilessly pointed out her little thoughts. Don't you want to know if he regrets breaking up with you? Su Qingwan silently looked out the window and was not prepared to pay attention to her. Su Qingyu chuckled. Just pretend. Su Qingwan. Do you regret making the statement? She doesn't know. But she regretted it. If she had tried a little harder. Could their reunion have come sooner? Human adaptability is undoubtedly powerful. From luxury restaurants with an average cost of thousands of yuan per person to small street shops with plastic tables and chairs in urban villages. From a cramped and damp small studio to a bright and beautiful office building in the city center that costs tens of thousands of yuan per square meter. The huge gap always makes people feel dazed. Drop. Checked in successfully. Successfully scouted the location. Chen Shu couldn't help but yawn loudly. Then cover your left shoulder with your right hand, rotate your left arm to relax the joints and stretch your body. He had nightmares for 2 days. 2 whole days. Do you know how I have been spending the past 2 days? Statement. Lin Shanshan came out of the tea room and bumped into him head on, and saw the big dark circles under his eyes. After not seeing him for 2 days, he felt like all the energy had been sucked out of him. Lin Shanshan said with some concern. You don't look well. Would you like a cup of coffee to perk you up? I just happen to have some more here. Looking at the super strong black coffee handed to him, Chen Shuro was so shocked that his eyes widened and he looked at Lin Shanshan in disbelief. Lin Shanshan blinked, no. Chen Shu waved his hand and declined. No. When a cow is tired, it lies down. When a horse is tired, it eats grass. And you, my dear cow horse, you can make your own coffee when you are tired. Yohu, I bought the imported coffee myself. How much is one? Lin Shanshan. I'm kind enough to help you. Why do you repay kindness with enmity? It's fine if he earns that little bit of money from work, but he actually spends his own money to strengthen himself in order to earn that little bit of money in order to have the energy to do so. What the hell? Lin Shanshan only felt that she had suffered a critical hit. Just as he was about to say something, he caught a glimpse of Su Qingwan standing behind Chen Shoror. Boss Su. Late Su Qing. The statement gave a chill. He was just thinking that the footsteps behind him were somewhat familiar, but his slow brain had not yet reacted. Lin Shanshan in front of him straightened her back first, presenting the capable and professional image of an urban elite beauty. TSK. Women really can change their expressions. Like coffee. Su Qingwan glanced at the bag of coffee in Chen Shu's hand and thought to herself, Chen Shu has indeed matured and actually likes to drink black coffee. He immediately announced, ask the purchasing department to purchase 2 coffee machines and some black coffee beans. They will be available in unlimited quantities throughout the day. Lin Shanshan was immediately delighted. Thank you, President Su, for providing benefits to the entire company. She won't have to buy coffee anymore. You can even get freshly ground coffee. Chen Shoror is simply her treasure. Her baby Chen Shu's eyes went dark. The capitalists immediately strengthened the strength of the cow. What kind of welfare is that? In the end, they still have to earn it back from these beasts of burden. And isn't Su Qingwan hitting his business in disguise by doing this? How can he invite everyone to buy milk tea in the small group? If people don't buy milk tea, how can he make a profit from the price difference? If he doesn't make a profit from the price difference, how can he survive in this cruel world? With the other 28 part-time jobs I was doing at the same time. Late Su Qing. What are you going to use to pay me back for what you owe me? Looking at Chen Shu's sad face, Su Qingwan frowned. Dislike. Lin Shanshan immediately and quietly pushed Chen Shoror, who was daydreaming. But they can't let the black coffee of the entire company be ruined just because of one bad apple. Although Su Qingwan saw at a glance that the coffee machine was arranged for them just for Chen Shoror. Chen Shoror raised his eyelids and glanced at her, then replied weakly. I like it very much. Love it. Su Qingwan saw all the little movements between the two people. His eyes couldn't help but flash. Said to Lin Shanshan. Come to my office. Okay, Mr. Su. Lin Shanshan replied subconsciously, and was a little confused as to why Su Qingwan asked her to go to the office. She was the assistant to the general manager, and had some overlap with Su Qingwan in business, but it was the general manager who communicated more with Su Qingwan. Seeing Su Qingwan was about to leave, Lin Shanshan handed the coffee in her hand to Chen Shu and whispered, please take it back for me. Oh. Chen Shu nodded in response, and Su Qingwan suddenly changed her mind and said to Lin Shanshan. Come back in 10 minutes. Coffee tastes best when it's freshly brewed. She took the coffee from Chen Shu's hand and gave it back to Lin Shanshan. A confused statement. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. It's really not easy to be Su Qingwan's employee. Oh, and I'm her employee too. That's really not easy for me. Lin Shanshan realized it later. It's all over. I actually asked the boss husband to bring me coffee. Will I be fired directly? QAQ. Chapter 14. You guys are really good at pretending when you're in love. 10 minutes later. In the office. Boss Su. Lin Shanshan stood in front of Su Qingwan respectfully. I have already explained the matter of purchasing the coffee machine that you just asked me to do. The pantry should be ready for immediate use in a few days. Su Qingwan nodded, and then handed her a file. Although you are only an assistant, you are the assistant to the general manager. You need to mediate many internal affairs of the company. So, I think you should have a better understanding of the company's employees. Now I need to find someone to discuss this contract with me. Who do you think is more suitable? You called her here just to ask this. Lin Shanshan was muttering in her heart, and said, the Minister of Commerce Ding Xiaoming has always been very good at his job. As she spoke, she carefully observed Su Qingwan's expression. Obviously, this candidate did not impress her. That's right. If she really wanted Ding Xiaoming to go, she wouldn't have asked her. Could it be that? Lin Shanshan suddenly had an idea and said tentatively. How about letting Chen Shu go? He has been working in the company for 3 years and has always been diligent in his work and has never made any mistakes. Su Qingwan pretended to think for a while and said, since you recommend it so strongly, let him try it. Lin Shanshan's mouth twitched. Your boss, who you're in love with, is quite good at pretending. Thinking about. Lin Shanshan reached out and picked up the document. Then I will give him the documents right away. Su Qingwan raised her hand to hold down the folder and reminded. Do you know what to say? Clear. Lin Shanshan nodded. As assistants, their main task is to understand what their boss is concerned about and think about what their boss is thinking about. Su Qingwan let go of her hand. The bonus will be doubled at the end of the month. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lin Shanshan's eyes lit up. From today on, I will be the most loyal CP leader between Su Qingwan and Chen Shu. Left the office. Lin Shanshan directly handed the document to Chen Shu. Boss Gu gave it to you. Statement. He clearly took the document out from Su Qingwan's office, but he said it was given by General Manager Gu. Are you thinking I'm blind by being so blatant? Lin Shanshan was more careful in her presentation than Su Qing at the party. Don't you want to see the bonus we agreed on? There are also project hospitality expenses. The bonus is calculated as a percentage of the cooperation amount. The project entertainment expenses, on the other hand, are relatively fixed. If you can entertain party well within limited funds, the remaining entertainment expenses will be yours. This can be considered an invisible benefit given by the company. Then I won't answer it either. Chen Shuor had just finished the last project when Su Qingwan suddenly showed up and disrupted all his magnetic field. Who knows what kind of hot potato this contract taken from Su Qingwan's office is? Besides, he is still thinking about resigning. How can he show his determination to resign without giving up or slacking off? You can't work if you want to. It's impossible to do it at all. Babble. Lin Shanshan looked at Chen Shu strangely. Why was he different from what she remembered? Could it be that he had a quarrel with President Su? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Lin Shanshan immediately understood. No wonder Chen Shuor sent her a message saying that he would not go to the hot spring resort for team building, and President Su also did not go. He probably went there to coax people that day. But judging from the situation, it seems that Mr. Su was not coaxed well. Otherwise, why would she be asked to bring the contract to Chen Shu today? After understanding what is going on, Lin Shanshan looked at Chen Shuo with eyes full of the kindness of someone who had experienced it, as if she was looking at a naive elementary school kid. Chen Shu, I am at least a few years older than you, and I have experienced more than you have. Listen to Sister Shan's advice, this contract. Sister Shan. Chen Shu couldn't help but interrupt her. You eat a lot of salt, is it possible that it's because you have a strong taste? Lin Shanshan. Is this what I meant? Lin Shanshan, who originally wanted to persuade him earnestly, just rolled her eyes. I just asked you if you would accept it. No. The statement is very tough. If you have the guts, just fire me. Use the 2n+1 compensation to hit me and tell me to get out. I beg you. Lin Shanshan sneered and took out her cell phone. Okay, I'll just say it in the group. We have a babysitter from the milk tea shop in our group. I order milk tea in the group every day, but I never drink it myself. Who is this person? Chen Shu, do you know him? Statement. You are so cruel. Chen Shuo directly took the contract from Lin Shanshan's hand and said with gritted teeth, I'll take it. Isn't it okay for me to take it? That's it. After all, Lin Shanshan has been a colleague of Chen Shu for 3 years, so she certainly knows how to control him. Chen Shuo is a boy with first-rate business ability and skills in making money. As soon as the afternoon arrives, people start clamoring for milk tea in various groups. People all have a herd mentality. As long as there is one person taking the lead, others will follow. That's all. Chen Shoror made a lot of money by helping people order milk tea by using various coupons he got. Same. The number of milk tea orders in the entire building increased dramatically. Within 1 month. I've only been working for 22 days. But Lin Shanshan drank 30 cups of milk tea. The moment you step on the scale at the end of the month, her world collapsed. Finally, it was discovered that the instigator was actually the most unknown employee on probation in the company. Statement. Oh, yes. Lin Shanshan seemed to have just remembered, you have a partner. Statement. Suddenly I had a bad feeling. Downstairs of the company, Chen Shoror looked at Su Qingwan, who was sitting in the driver's seat with the car window half lowered. How come I'm not surprised at all? Get in the car. Su Qingwan looked at the dull expression on his face, a hint of smile flashing across his eyes. She raised her hand and pressed the horn. What are you still standing there for? There is still a lot they need to do. There is no time to waste here. Boss Su, how about I drive it? Chen Shoror asked hesitantly. Su Qing drove late. He was afraid that he would not make it to his destination alive. When I was in college. He has a very flamboyant personality and never has a good temper when teaching students. Especially when facing the timid Su Qingwan, he had no good temper. Then, he watched Su Qingwan crash down the school wall. He had a bleeding head and stayed in the hospital for nearly half a month. Since then, Chen Shoror didn't dare to teach Su Qingwan how to drive anymore. At that time he thought, at least he was still there. At worst, I can just let her drive for the rest of her life. As a result, he is now driving a car for his whole life. Designated driver. That's the price. People really can't make promises so easily. The person involved is regretting it now, very much. If he were a teacher now, that must be encouraging teaching. I can tell from the first glance that you are a good candidate for driving lessons. You are the smartest student I have ever seen. You've got great direction. You really broke down this wall. Yes. Why didn't he think of becoming a driving instructor? With his skills, wouldn't he have many students all over the world? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Chapter 15. I voluntarily quit my job to punish myself. Don't believe me. Su Qingwan looked up at him. She also remembered that when she was in college, almost everyone in her class applied to the same driving school to take the driving test, but she was the only one who refused due to financial constraints. The teachers at the driving school arrange the courses at fixed times according to their class schedule, so when there are no classes at school, students who want to take the driving test will go together. And she could only go to the library to work part-time alone. Su Qingwan herself didn't think there was anything wrong. But in Chen Shoror's eyes, she seemed to be excluded. She kept saying that she should have what others have. He forced her to learn how to drive. She is not opposed to learning to drive. But whose novice practice car is a limited edition worth tens of millions. The most important thing. She is a newbie and she is not panicking yet. Chen Shoror was the first to panic. He turned the accelerator into a brake. Su Qingwan had never seen a pig run, but she had eaten pork. He asked suspiciously, "Are you sure this is the brake?" "Certainly." Chen Shufeiyan's face was full of confidence. Then both of them were sent to the hospital. Then a hot post appeared on the campus network, saying that a rich second-generation senior was cheating on his girlfriend and was discovered by his female senior, and then they drove to death together. That day, a notice was posted at the school gate. School students are not allowed to practice driving at the gate. Su Qingwan. Statement. How can I ask the school to re-establish school rules for me without just saying this? When I think about this, Su Qingwan said faintly, "Don't worry, I won't mistake the accelerator for the brake." Statement. What do men fear most? It's not the women crying, the women making a fuss, the women wanting to hang themselves. But digging up old scores. He opened the car door swiftly, sat directly in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and did it all in one go. Then he smiled flatteringly. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Su." Su Qingwan drives very steadily. Even with ease. It was very quiet in the car. The statement was made without looking away. But he was secretly looking at her out of the corner of his eye. When she drove seriously, she lost some of her coldness and sharpness. Exudes a hint of softness. As if it could wrap up all the storms. All the fatigue in Chen Xiaoruo's body began to gradually disappear. A weak but firm voice sounded, it floated through time to Chen Shu's ears and landed on his heart. When I learn to drive, I can also take you anywhere in this world. What a pity. They have never been on the same path. Half an hour later. Boss Wang, have some tea. Chen Xiaoruo handed over a cup of Snow King sweet honey with great enthusiasm. I don't know what your taste is, so I made it for you with half sugar and normal ice, and added some pearls, coconut flakes, pudding, and sago. If the clerk hadn't stopped me and said there would be no more room for milk tea. He insisted on adding a little bit of grass jelly. Pity. What a pity. Mr. Wang, a bold boss in his 50s, looked at the cup of juicy porridge in his hand and asked a soul-searching question. Is this tea? Mr. Wang, please don't treat milk tea as tea. Chen Xiaoruo took a sip happily and advised. Young people love to drink nowadays. Your business is all related to young people. If you want to attract young people, you must understand what they like. This milk tea is your first step to understanding young people. I have to say, there are really quite a lot of pearls chew in this milk tea chew. Chen Xiaoruo. Su Qingwan quietly tugged at Chen Xiaoruo's clothes and lowered her voice and said, I asked you to prepare tea, but you prepared milk tea. You said, let me prepare afternoon tea. Chen Xiaoruo looked back at Su Qingwan with innocent eyes. This is how I usually prepare afternoon tea. Oops, did I understand wrongly? I messed up this contract, Mr. Wang. Boss Su, I feel so guilty. I voluntarily quit my job to punish myself. The real purpose is revealed. Su Qingwan realized what Chen Shu wanted to do in an instant. Want to be fired? Dream. She was about to speak. Bang. The sound of the straw piercing the plastic film drew the attention of both of them. Boss Wang took a sip. Hissed Tilder. This tastes pretty chew good. Sure enough, I should collaborate more with young startups like you chew. Come on, let's talk about cooperation. Statement. Wrong. This script is wrong. Mr. Wang, shouldn't you be frowning and thinking that I don't respect my partners? Then he slammed the table angrily and asked Su Qingwan to discipline her subordinates properly, and then Su Qingwan directly fired me for being a drag. In the end, I achieved a world where I was the only one who was hurt. How can this be called cooperation? Chen Shu was dumbfounded. Mr. Wang, you are not following the script. Su Qingwan was happy. He raised his hand and patted his shoulder, whispering. Well done. This Mr. Wang is a tough guy in the industry. I didn't expect that you would let him talk about the contract after just the first meeting. I didn't expect that either. Chen Shu raised a stiff smile. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Su, who is leading the way. I am all thanks to you. I don't believe it. I can't get out of here anymore. 2 hours passed in a flash. Chen Xiaoruo said that this was the first time he saw Su Qingwan working seriously. The sunlight outside penetrated the glass and slowly fell on Su Qingwan's body. Every strand of her hair was illuminated by the sunlight, making her look as if she were glowing. Her plump red lips uttered one professional word after another, her long hair spread out behind her, occasionally a naughty strand of hair ran to her cheek, and she tucked it behind her ear without making a sound, revealing a slender, white swan neck. Time slowed down at this moment. He seemed to see again the scene he had dreamed about over and over again in the past 2 days. She was holding the book and reading it seriously with her head down. He sat next to. Make trouble. Only after Su Qingwan's eyes turned red from being bullied and she begged him in a low voice not to tease her anymore, did she obediently flip through the pages of the book. Then within 5 minutes he started staring at her again. He stared at her until she gave up reading. Compromise and go out with him. Damn, it's so cheap. Fortunately, Su Qingwan has a good temper. If it were him, he would have to slap the other person twice to make him behave himself. The scene changed. He saw the scene of Su Qingwan holding the child. He is not the child's father. An indescribable feeling of soreness and swelling came over me. The strong feeling of suffocation woke Chen Xiaoruo up from his dream, gasping for breath. The iron bed made sounds as he breathed heavily, which brought him back to reality in an instant. Return to the cramped and dilapidated rental house. Remind yourself over and over again that you are not the statement you once were. The current statement no longer has any future. Even if they once kissed and hugged at the same table, even if they are now in the same room discussing the same contract, and then returning to the glamorous office building. But when the get-off-work bell rings and night falls, everyone will return to their own place. His place is here. My heart still aches dully. The pain was too intense for the statement to ignore. It was like watching a long tragic movie. It's obviously over. But he hasn't been able to get out of the plot yet. Even shamefully reminiscing about the happy moments. In a trance, he heard Su Qingwan's voice. Statement. What's the next plan? Chapter 16. I made money again. Thank you for your hard work, leaders. Next, just relax and enjoy yourself. Chen Shoro smiled flatteringly and led them to the door of a store. I called and booked this restaurant several days in advance. I guarantee that the two leaders will have a novel and comfortable experience. This is. Mr. Wang looked inside from the front door and saw long tables half a person's height winding through the store. They were equipped with tracks that moved the plates on them slowly in front of each customer. Su Qingwan narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. She really underestimated Chen Shoro's desire to be kicked out by her. Just now it was milk tea, and now it was spin, spin, have fun. Boss Su. Mr. Wang had a serious expression on his face, and his small eyes, as big as green beans, made it difficult for the two to see what he was thinking. Angry. Kick up the ass. Fire me. Think of what will happen next. Chen Shoro wanted to just open his arms and welcome the coming storm with great force. So cool, Tilder. Let the storm come even harder. Mr. Wang tried to suppress his calm tone, but there was a hint of emotion in his voice. I didn't expect your company would arrange to have dinner with partners in a place like this. Yes, that's right. Bring it on. Do not pity me because I am a delicate flower. Chen Shu raised his chin slightly, with a relieved smile on the corner of his lips. Want to be free? Su Qingwan looked at Chen Shoro's expression without even trying to hide it. Sneering continuously. Dream. Even if Chen Shoro destroyed the company's business, she could still keep the company standing. Do you think you can make her angry by using some little tricks? How is that possible? So many years have passed. The statement is still as innocent as before. Really? Mr. Wang suddenly choked up, tears in his eyes. That's so thoughtful. Statement. What's going on? Mr. Wang, did you get the wrong script again? Stunned. President Wang wiped away the crystal tears from his eyes, looked at Su Qingwan with emotion and said, Boss Su, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. When I started my business, I was broke and this spinner was still a new thing at the time. At that time, I was thinking, how happy it would be if I could go in and have a big meal. I didn't expect that after being so busy for so many years, I almost forgot about this matter, but your employees actually knew about it. They must have put so much effort into our contract. Mr. Wang simply doesn't believe that anyone would be stupid enough to take their partners to eat at Juan Swanli. Not to mention that he also brought the company's boss with him. Unless you don't want to stay in the company anymore. Otherwise. Can a normal person do such a thing? Chen Shoro didn't expect that either. What the fuck is this? An unexpected success. Which good boss would be obsessed with playing the game of spin Juanler? Isn't there enough good stuff to eat? The narrator was dumbfounded. Especially when seeing Su Qingwan's expression, she wanted to laugh but was barely holding it back. The statement was even more embarrassing, as if all his little thoughts were seen through. Damn it. This Mr. Wang is definitely a weirdo. Su Qingwan is not a good person either. Pooh. Su Qingwan nodded seriously. Chen Shoro is indeed a very hard-working employee. So, I plan to give him a promotion and a raise, and make him a role model for our company. Statement. Repaying kindness with enmity. You are worthy of it. Su Qingwan. You are so cruel. Chen Shu cursed in his heart, but his face was pure and innocent. Thank you, Mr. Su. You're welcome. Su Qingwan chuckled and looked at Chen Shoro's deflated look with satisfaction. Continue to say to Mr. Wang. In that case. Mr. Wang, let's recall the past together. President Wang nodded repeatedly and strode in. Okay. Very good. When passing by the statement, Su Qingwan glanced at him and reminded. Why don't you quickly arrange the seats? Okay. The statement sounded like it was squeezed out from between teeth. Mr. Su? Mr. Wang. This way, please. Little brother Chen. The little girl sitting at the counter saw Chen Shuor and smiled slightly on her round face. She immediately came forward. The seat is reserved for you. Thank you. Chen Shu responded dejectedly. Seeing this, the girl lowered her voice and reminded him, there's a promotion going on in the store these few days, remember to buy the coupon before you check out. You can save $12. Oh. Chen Shu nodded weakly. What a great plan. You can leave right now. But why did I happen to meet this weirdo Mr. Wang? Brother Chen, are you feeling unwell? Yu Lingling looked at his face carefully. Apart from the black spot on his forehead, there seemed to be nothing else wrong. Then why doesn't Chen Shuor even care about making money? This is too weird. Su Qingwan's inquiring gaze fell on Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling has a round face, and except for a pair of bright and clear big eyes, everything else looks ordinary. As if noticing her gaze, the little girl smiled sweetly at her. Hello. I've reserved a seat for you all. It's right next to the food delivery counter. Shall I take you there? Su Qingwan looked towards the end of the turntable and refused. Thank you, but no thanks. Okay, then you guys choose the base of the pot. Yu Lingling handed them the menu and introduced, this spicy hot pot is the signature dish of our restaurant. If you like spicy food, you must try it. Need not. Before Su Qingwan could speak, Chen Shuor took the lead in refusing. She can't eat spicy food, so 2 bowls of clear soup will be enough. Su Qingwan immediately set her eyes on him. He also remembers that he couldn't eat spicy food. Does that mean that he hasn't forgotten me at all? Su Qingwan couldn't help but feel a secret joy in her heart. Even the round-faced girl in front of me began to like her. After he finished speaking, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. How come when he ordered the right soup base, it seemed as if he still remembered his ex-girlfriend's preferences and couldn't forget her? He quickly passed the message to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, what flavor do you want? Mr. Wang looked at the menu in front of him and said, I'd like a sour soup. Then these 3. Chen Shuor handed the menu back to Yu Lingling, then stiffly led Su Qingwan and Mr. Wang to their seats. Looking at the statements made with the same hands and feet, Su Qingwan was in a good mood, and even the resentment and doubt that had made him want to escape from her at all costs began to disappear. Those 3 years between them. These 3 years can never be erased or forgotten. The bottom of the pot came up quickly. As the only one among the 3 who was not their boss, Chen Shuor very tactfully took out 3 high-heeled glasses and filled a bottle of Dior silk drink from 2004 to 2005. Boss Su, Boss Wang. Come, try the guijiao. In other stores, a glass of water with 2 slices of lemon can be sold for 10 yuan. If you change the glass and put some mint leaves in it, I'll charge you 30. He opened the Dior beverage that he had brewed for the past 2 or 4 years with his own hands in such a high-end occasion. The corkage fee alone must have been quite high, right? What a huge profit. I made money from you again. Chapter 17, Honey Trap. Where is the moral bottom line? Looking at the orange-yellow foamy liquid in the cup, Mr. Wang showed great interest, shook the glass as if he was tasting wine, and then drank it in one gulp. His tilde. Good. Chen Shu poured another cup. Of course not, I chilled it specially. I'm sure you'll like it. Who can resist the offensive of Kangshui Fu Bing black tea? Especially iced tea. That is guijiao. I watched the small hot pot in front of me begin to boil. Chen Shuor used a rack to pick up the dishes and put them in, saying proudly, Boss Wang. You can eat as much as you want today. Don't be polite to me. I'll pay for the meal today so you can enjoy it to your heart's content. This caused the passers-by sitting opposite them to be stunned. Isn't this a buffet for 58 yuan? Why did he make it sound like there were 50,000 of them? Did he go to the wrong set? Chen Shuor didn't care what others were thinking. He raised the goblet and handed it to Mr. Wang. Boss Wang, that's it. Please do as you please. Brother Chen has a huge capacity. He looked at the statement and drank it in one gulp. Mr. Wang couldn't help but praise it and drank half a cup as well. This is the taste. Hiss. There is no smell of alcohol. Seeing the cold dishes coming to his eyes, Chen Shuro picked up some and put them on the plate. Boss Wang, please eat some food first and calm down. Let's drink slowly. Mr. Wang nodded, raised his hand and put his arm on Chen Shu's shoulder. That's right, let's drink slowly. The relationship between the two people was visibly brought closer. Su Qingwan watched. I couldn't help but pick up the goblet in front of me. That's right. This is iced tea. But why do these two people act like they have drunk fake wine? But it was a social dinner, as agreed. It's really just eating. After dinner. Send Mr. Wang to the car. Only Chen Shuro and Su Qingwan were left. The moment their eyes met, Su Qingwan looked at him with a half-smile and spoke first. I didn't expect you to have completed Mr. Wang's background check so quickly. You even know exactly what he likes. I actually thought of bringing him to eat at the Spin Juan Lock. Statement. Do you think I'm praising you? There is no need to force a topic to talk about. Thanks. However, he really wouldn't be used to it if Su Qingwan didn't bully him. Chen Shuro put on a fake smile and said cooperatively. It should be. So, work hard in the company in the future. Su Qingwan didn't want him to think about leaving. She was no longer the Su Qingwan who used to be poor and inferior, who could only eat one vegetarian dish in the cafeteria and wore washed-out clothes. If he stated what he wanted, she could give it to him easily. As long as she has it, as long as he wants it. Just like the previous statement did to her. The smile on Chen Shuro's face froze for a moment. Depend on. Just forget about being treated like a slave today. She actually wants him to work like a slave forever. Su Qingwan, you are really a piece of shit. Really. Once a person escapes poverty, he becomes a boss. They will automatically evolve into capitalists. What's expensive? Has your salary increased over the years? Have you been working hard? I don't know what it would feel like if these words came from Su Qingwan's mouth. When he thought of this, Chen Shuro wanted to laugh. He lowered his head to hide the expression on his face. Okay. Work hard. Bullshit. If I don't slack off at work, how can it be considered that I have made money from the capitalists? Su Qingwan listened to his obvious perfunctory response. Statement. Boss Su. Chen Shuro glanced at the high heels on her feet, then looked at her heels, which were indeed tinged with red. He raised his head and glanced around. Then he pointed to the milk tea shop not far away and asked, would you like some milk tea? The subject changed too quickly. Su Qingwan hadn't reacted yet, but her body nodded first. It's nice for two people to sit down and chat. With this thought in mind, Su Qingwan sat on the rattan chair at the door of the store, looking at Chen Shuro with some anticipation. Who knew that Chen Shuro seemed to have not seen her expectations? Give me a moment. Chen Shuro didn't even sit down, but walked straight through the milk tea shop into the mall. What is he going to do? Su Qingwan hadn't expected that Chen Shuro had already returned. This time, he had a white bag in his hand. Wait until you get closer. She could vaguely tell that what was inside seemed to be a pair of shoes. Looking at the slippers placed on the ground in front of him, Su Qingwan asked doubtfully. Where did you get the shoes? I asked Yu Lingling for it. Chen Shuro pointed at her ankles and said, in the future, you should wear less high heels. They look like you're being tortured. Su Qingwan wanted to ask who Yu Lingling was, but was stunned by his concern in the next sentence. It was not until she was reminded by Chen Shuro that she felt a dull pain from her calves to the soles of her feet, especially where the skin was rubbed. In fact, she has gotten used to it in the past few years, but this habit of ignoring physical pain and being strong enough to do so made her feel a little sour and aggrieved when others cared about her. Especially, she was facing the person who was stating. He used to be overbearing and childish, but he was nice to her and tolerated all her statements. Su Qingwan's voice softened immediately. It really hurts. It will be comfortable once you put it on. Chen Shuro took out another band-aid from his pocket. He got it from the lady at the service counter at the mall. Here, it heals quickly after applying it. Help me put it on. Su Qingwan didn't answer, but said as a matter of course, anyway, you've done a lot of this kind of thing before. What is this kind of thing? The statement was made a little awkward by what she said. He admitted that Su Qingwan's feet were very beautiful, and there were times in the past when he couldn't help himself. Thinking and thinking. Chen Shu's eyes dropped uncontrollably. Under the snow-white skirt, the slender calves are faintly visible, and a pair of porcelain-like feet are wearing high heels. The black uppers and the snow-white skin complement each other. You really can't help. Su Qingwan took off her high heels, raised her foot slightly and rubbed Chen Shu's calf as if accidentally. Chen Shu's breath was caught. My whole body felt as if it was on fire. Scorching hot. There was a storm in my heart. Su Qingwan seemed to be seducing. Uncertain. Look again. Wrong. This is so wrong. The statement's brain quickly turned. Su Qingwan is the kind of person who would be shy if she held hands with him while walking on the street, but now she actually made such a hint to him in public. This behavior is totally unlike Su Qingwan's. Unless she is setting a trap. She wants to harm me. The scenes of getting along with Su Qingwan these days crazily flooded into my mind. The statement felt even more. Su Qingwan wants to harm herself. And he changed his tactics. Right. It must be because Su Qingwan discovered his firm intention to resign today, and she hadn't tortured herself enough and didn't want him to leave easily, so she used the beauty trap. Let yourself fall in love with her, be crazy about her, and bang your head against the wall for her. So as to achieve revenge on oneself. Be born. Su Qingwan actually also learned this despicable method. Where is morality, where is the law, and where is the bottom line? It's terrible, it's really terrible. Su Qingwan's heart was about to jump out, but her face remained calm. Especially when I saw that Chen Shuo looked so calm. My heart is beating like a drum. Wipe. Isn't it just wearing a pair of shoes? Su Qingwan is not afraid, so why should he be afraid of Chen Shu? Dry. Just do it. Chapter 18. I am the unlucky one. Dry. Let us do some. Chen Shuo covered his face and rolled around wildly on the bed, causing the iron frame to shake violently. The thought of how he was so cowardly that he ran away in front of Su Qingwan made him feel embarrassed. He clenched his fists and pounded the bed in anger. Oh shit. How come after so many years, he was the one that was controlled by Su Qingwan? Where did this little girl learn these tricks? Use these to test Carters. This is so inhuman. Chen Shuo buried his head in the sheets and shouted out as if to vent his anger. Then. A faint voice of jealousy came from outside the window. Fuck. It's finally done. Damn. So awesome. Holy crap. Statement. Grass. After listening to the live performance so many times, I actually became a part of the live performance myself. Don't say. He's pretty persistent. The statement, which was originally depressed, now had a hint of pride. Sometimes a man's happiness is that simple. As for Su Qingwan, it seems that she has made up her mind to fight with me. Then we can only fight back against the enemy with our troops and block the water with earth. Who is afraid of whom? Who knows? Come on. Lu Xiaokui. Chen Shuo clenched his fists and imitated the energetic protagonist to cheer himself up. After saying this, he couldn't help laughing again. This time, all the depression in my heart completely disappeared. Beep, beep. Penguin message pop-up reminder sound. Chen Shuo picked up his phone and opened the dialog box. Sunshine Boy, old rules. Sunshine Boy, document. Same city representative for everything, received. He likes this straightforward way of communication. Chen Shuo quickly downloaded the document, then got up and started working. Wait until early the next morning. Chen Shuo was fully armed, wearing a mask, and riding an electric scooter, waiting at the back door of experimental primary school number 2. Not long after, an elementary school student in school uniform ran out of the teaching building, looking around. Mysteriously approaching the statement. The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth. We can cross the river together. Chen Shu quickly added the next sentence and quickly stuffed the homework book in his bag. Seeing Zhu Yunfei opening the books one by one and checking them, Chen Shuo curled his lips. We have worked together so many times, don't worry about the work. Zhu Yunfei said seriously. Always be on guard against others. Villains on TV are all stabbed in the back by their familiar partners. Statement. I just copied some homework for someone else, but he stabbed me in the back. Is your school so bloody? It's too social. All right. Zhu Yunfei pretended to flip through a few books before saying, in order to prevent you from being caught red-handed, I've left the money under the 5th tree from the left to the right of the zebra crossing. Go and get it. I hate middle school students. Chen Shuo found 100 yuan wrapped in a plastic bag under the rock. Looking at the security guard who almost thought he was a dangerous person, he felt sad. This money is so damn hard to earn. Primary school students still have to go through so many twists and turns. It seems that I have to be more careful when accepting orders in the future. However, after finally developing the ghostwriting business for experimental primary school number 2, Chen Shuo really didn't want to lose out on this vast blue ocean. Never mind. Let us go to work first. Chen Shuo took out his cell phone to check the time, and clicked on the crowdsourcing app to accept an order. Never waste any opportunity to make money. 9 o'clock. It's time to go to work. Another day of cattle and horses begins. The whole office was filled with the smell of coffee. I took a sip and felt refreshed. The sound of typing on the keyboard was louder than usual. Chen Shuo glanced around the huge office and found that the place in the middle where the bonsai was originally placed had been cleared out at some point and was now occupied by an office desk. He poked Wang Zhuwen and asked doubtfully, "Then why is there a desk?" "I don't know. It was like this when I arrived." Wang Zhuwen took a bite of the pancake and said vaguely. Chen Shuo clicked his tongue twice and guessed. "Is there a new colleague? It's really unlucky to sit in this position." Behind him is Su Qingwan's office. The computer screen was clearly visible. It is a 360-degree all-round anti-slacking desk. Whoever sits there will suffer. TSK, TSK, TSK. Poor thing. The new colleague is such an unlucky guy. The statement sighed twice. He reached out and grabbed Wang Zhuwen's toilet paper, and was about to use his working hours to solve his menstrual problems. Out of the corner of my eye I noticed Lin Shanshan walking out of the office. While clapping, he said loudly, "Everyone, stop what you are doing for a moment. Our president Su has something for me to announce first." Chen Shu can only wait patiently. Wait until everyone focuses their attention on her. Lin Shanshan's eyes passed through most of the office and landed directly on Chen Shuo in the corner, and continued with a smile. Statement. The contract you followed up yesterday, they sent me a message this morning saying it can be signed. This is the first cooperation case after President Su acquired the company. It has different meanings for President Su and for all of us. Especially Chen Shu, he is a great contributor to our company. Let us congratulate the presentation. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by warm applause. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Shu. Wang Zhuwen next to him clapped his hands and said in a low voice, "Fuck. You can do it, kid. I won a cooperation project in 1 day. When the bonus is paid, I have to treat you to a meal." Statement. Eat your fill. From now on, he swore that the thing he hated most in his life was eating. If he had changed to a normal partner, he would have left by now. "Mr. Wang, you are not strong enough." Chen Shuo muttered in his heart, but he stood up honestly and said modestly, "I didn't do anything. It is the company that trained me and gave me this opportunity." That's true. It feels hypocritical to state it myself. But the boss loves to hear it. He pursed his lips and was about to sit down, but he heard Lin Shanshan's malicious voice. "Chen Shuo, don't be in a hurry to sit down. Come over here." Chen Shu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, he has known Lin Shanshan for several years. Although we are not friends. But it's not really difficult for him. It's only Su Qingwan. After this night, could it be that Su Qingwan was going to come up with something weird to torture him again? Chen Shu walked over with a fearless attitude. Lin Shanshan pointed to the desk in the middle and motioned for him to sit down. Statement. The bad feeling becomes stronger. Lin Shanshan looked at him, her smile harder than AK's. Boss Su said so. Chen Shu has worked diligently in the company for so many years, and now he has won the cooperation project with President Wang for the company. He is truly the backbone of our company. From now on, Chen Shuo will be officially promoted to supervisor, responsible for coordinating the cooperation with President Wang. From now on, you will sit here and work. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Chen Shu with envy. He was promoted to supervisor right after winning a cooperation project. If they also take it. Everyone's mood suddenly became heated. Statement. I am the unlucky one. Chapter 19, the subordinates can be hanged, and the superiors can also be hanged. It's really a hang-on. Damn Su Qingwan. Being a beast of burden is boring. You actually played this trick on him. Who wants to be a supervisor? Being a supervisor is so stressful. The subordinates born in the 2000s can be treated as inferiors, the bosses born in the 1980s can also be treated as inferiors, and then there is Su Qingwan, who was born in the 1990s. It seems that he is stuck in the middle and is simply a loser. Sister Shan. Chen Shoro tried to discuss it with Lin Shanshan. Unexpectedly, Lin Shanshan patted her shoulder and said in a low voice, "Do a good job. Boss Su is paving the way for you. You can't let President Su down." Paving? What road to pave? A dead end. Chen Shoro had a vague feeling that Lin Shanshan had misunderstood something. However, Lin Shanshan turned around and glanced at Su Qingwan in the office without leaving a trace. She couldn't see clearly because of the curtain, but she could feel that Su Qingwan must be in a good mood at the moment. Look at the statement again. Harmful. The children were so happy that they were silly. His face was frozen from smiling. This location, in particular, is simply a perfect feng shui location. It is so exciting to exchange glances under the gaze of so many people in the office. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's you capitalists who know how to play. Statement. What's that look in your eyes? Chen Shoro hugged his chest with trembling hands. Mom. There's a pervert here. Change to a new workstation. The statement is like sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in the back, and like a fishbone stuck in the throat. I always feel like everyone is looking at me intentionally or unintentionally, especially behind him. Also sitting there is the big boss Su Qingwan. I guess he was staring at me secretly. This feeling is just like when I was in school, the teacher specially cleaned up at Feng Shui Treasureland next to the podium. In the past, it was to supervise students to go to school, but now it is to supervise students to be like slaves. Oh shit. I really can't do this job anymore. Resign. I picked up the keyboard and started writing my resignation notice. Just at this moment. Buzz. Chen Shu glanced at his buzzing phone. It was a voice call from an unfamiliar WeChat user. He subconsciously wanted to refuse. Then I remembered that this avatar seemed to be Nan Nan, the daughter of Su Qingwan's sister. Today is a weekday, so she should be in school. Why would this little guy call him? Hesitated for a moment. The statement was still picked up. Uncle. The little girl's soft and sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Uncle, what are you doing? Hearing the little girl's guilty conscience, Chen Shu raised his eyebrows. What's up? Nan Nan didn't beat around the bush and begged directly, Uncle, can you come to my school? Chen Shu understood immediately. Did you commit a crime and your parents were called to the police station? The little girl was a little embarrassed when the statement was exposed. Uncle, can you help me? Don't tell them. What on earth happened? They all found their way to him. Don't be a big thunder. Chen Shoro stroked his chin and thought quickly. Etc. If this is really a big bomb, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to anger Su Qingwan and make her kick him out of the house? Can you even get 2n+1? After all, this isn't about work, right? Even if she fires herself, she has to pay enough compensation. Wonderful. Bulbasaur entered Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. So clever. When you feel sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. It smells so good. The refusal that was on the tip of his tongue turned into agreement in an instant. He stood up and walked to the door. Wait, I'll be there soon. Nan Nan was still racking her brains to think of how to get Chen Shoro to come over, but she didn't expect that he actually agreed. Suddenly he cheered in surprise. Thank you, Uncle. You are such a nice person. I will definitely try my best to bring you and Wanwan's mother together. Damn it. Chen Shoro stopped dead in his tracks as he stepped out of the company and instantly didn't want to go anymore. I'm kind enough to help you. How can you, kid, repay kindness with enmity? But Chen Shoro looked at the location that Nan Nan sent him on WeChat. This little girl is actually a student of experimental primary school number 2. He thought she would just go to kindergarten at most. In the office. Just as Lin Shanshan expected. Su Qingwan was indeed in a good mood. As soon as she raised her eyes, she could see Chen Shuro sitting not far away. She saw his every move. It seems like back to the past. In her impoverished life, all she did was work part-time and study. Especially in college, she needed that scholarship. The scholarship is linked to GPA. So apart from her part-time job, she spent the rest of her time in the library. When in the library, Chen Shuro was still sticking to her as always, but without disturbing her. But he is not the type to stay put. I often hide behind a book and play with my phone. When I get tired of playing, I just lie on the table and sleep. The people around her came and went, changed and left again, only Chen Shuro, who was sitting opposite her, stayed there quietly no matter how bored he was. She could see it as long as she looked up. You can see him looking up foolishly, his bright eyes full of admiration. You can actually study for such a long time. That's amazing. His tone was too sincere. It was so common that Su Qingwan even felt a little proud of it. Suddenly, time and space interweave. Looking at Chen Shu's back, Su Qingwan's eyes became hot uncontrollably. Then she saw Chen Shuro answering a phone call. The other end seemed to say something. She saw his frown as he stood up. Then he left the company without looking back. Where is he going? Su Qingwan frowned immediately. He quickly stood up and followed. Back to the beginning tilde. Standing in front of the school blankly, Chen Shuro parked his electric scooter at the school gate and took out his cell phone to call his daughter. Next second, the little girl poked her head out of the security room, looked around like a spy on contact, and then waved to Chen Shu. Seeing Chen Shu coming over, he lowered his voice and asked, "No one else knows about our affairs, right?" Chen Shu's mouth twitched. "No. Is this a tradition of experimental primary school number 2? That's good." Nan Nan let out a long sigh and walked towards the school holding Chen Shu's hand. As he walked, he said, "The teacher found out that we asked others to help copy our homework, so he asked us to call our parents over. If I ask my mother to come over, she will definitely spank me. So, Uncle Chen Shu, please help me deal with it today." Etc. Chen Shuro keenly caught a word. "You guys. Are you forming a group to let others copy your homework? Hurrah! There is actually someone who is stealing the business of experimental primary school number 2 from me without my knowledge. Humph. However, that person's skills were so poor that he was discovered. It seems that this experimental school number 2 will still be my world from now on." Chen Shuro thought happily. It seems that he has already seen that in the future he will completely control the homework writing business of experimental number 2 primary school. TSK TSK TSK. It's coming, it's going to be coming. Chapter 20. When did I have a child this big? Don't tell my mother. Seeing his surprised and unexpected statement, Nan Nan hurriedly pulled him aside and explained anxiously. "Actually, I didn't want to, but everyone hired someone to write for them, so I just." "How could you do this?" Chen Shuro interrupted her next words seriously, and continued to say in the face of Nanan's uneasy expression, "You are too mean. How can I be asked to copy homework? It's better to keep the wealth within the family, understand? Here. This is my business card. Come to me if you need someone to do your homework for you in the future." Nan Nan. "No. I thought you were going to say something profound. I didn't expect that you were aiding and abetting the evil." Nan Nan accepted Chen Shuro's business card in a daze. "I thought it was a good idea to call Chen Shuro today." Not long. The two of them walked to the door of the office. Nan Nan skipped a grade. Although he looks young, he is actually in the 3rd grade. A row of dejected elementary school students stood outside the corridor. See the statement of stress. Depend on. When I was a child, I was scolded by my teacher. When I grew up, I was scolded by my boss. Now I am scolded by my child's teacher. I have been trained like an ox or a horse all my life. Chen Shuro sighed in his heart and followed Nan Nan into the office. See Nan Nan. Her homeroom teacher, Mr. Zheng, looked heartbroken. He asked the statement. "Why aren't Nanan's father and mother here? I don't mean to say that I understand that you are busy with work as parents, but you can't just leave your children in school. If you want your children to grow up well, you need the cooperation of parents and teachers. This incident was caused by the parents' inaction at home. When you go back, you must tell Lu Jujia's parents to supervise their child. Don't do evil, no matter how small it is. Chen Shor nodded rapidly and even reached out to push Nan Nan, who was obviously not paying attention. The little girl had no attitude of admitting her mistake at all. This is to write a self-review. Much more arrogant than he was when he was a child. As expected, the new generation pushes the old generation forward, and the new generation is not afraid of writing self-criticisms, etc. If only he could take on a job writing a self-criticism. I can make money again. What is the most important thing in school? That must be a review. The parents of Lu Jujia's classmate. Teacher Zheng was talking about his educational philosophy. When he looked up, he saw the two people who seemed to be lost. He choked on his breath. Did you hear what I just said? Yes, I understand, I know, I will definitely cooperate. Yes, that's right, you are right, I will definitely change it. Agree, and that's it. Chen Shor opened his eyes sincerely and slid down on his knees to admit his mistake with an especially sincere attitude. Especially the girl next to him, who was clearly daydreaming, was still able to say along. Teacher Zheng, I know I was wrong. Teacher Zheng. Teacher Zheng knelt down firmly in front of Chen Shu. This is the feeling that is passed down from generation to generation. His tilde. I guess he must have been a poor student before. I have to say, Teacher Zheng spoke the truth directly. Teacher Zheng took out his thermos, took a sip of tea, spat out 2 mouthfuls of tea leaves, and was about to say something earnestly. Then I heard a knock on the door. Hello. Teacher Zheng turned his head and looked. Standing at the door was a woman in a black suit, her long chestnut hair loosely tied behind her head, with a few strands of hair scattered around her ears, adding a touch of lazy beauty to her. Teacher Zheng hesitated and asked, Who are you? I am Lu Jujia's aunt. Su Qingwan said with a smile. It was as if he didn't realize how much impact his arrival had caused to the other 2 people in the office. Why is Mom here? Nanan's chubby little face was full of surprise. She subconsciously looked at Chen Shu, who was standing next to her. Could it be that Chen Shu had informed on her? Otherwise, why would Su Qingwan come? Although Chen Shor expected that Su Qing would know it in the evening, he didn't expect it to be at this time. Look at little girl's eyes again. They definitely regarded him as a traitor. I am not, I don't have it, don't look at it blindly. Aunt? Teacher Zheng looked at Chen Shu again. Who is this? Chen Shu couldn't say he was the father, could he? It is obvious that as Lu Jujia's class teacher, Teacher Zheng had met Lu Jujia's parents at the previous parent-teacher meeting. I felt Lu Jujia's little hand tugging at my clothes. The statement was made up without changing his expression. I am Lu Jujia's uncle-in-law. As soon as these words came out, Chen Shu felt that Su Qingwan's gaze on him was getting hotter. It's exciting. Spreading rumors in front of the parties involved. I really have won. Lu Jujia's mouth opened wide in shock. She didn't expect that Uncle Chen Shu was the one who did great things quietly. Uncle-in-law. Teacher Zheng looked at Chen Shu and Su Qingwan back and forth. You two are quite interesting. You actually separated. However, excessive pampering is not a good thing for children. I don't want to see people copying my homework for money again. Su Qingwan glanced at Nan Nan, who was covering her face and trying to pretend she didn't exist, and Chen Shu, who was desperately avoiding her sight. Her face darkened. Copying homework. Still spending money. Oh no. It's over. Now there is another item called fake parents. The statement looked vague and crickets were chirping in his heart. Little Lu Jujia, you are finished. And me? You are about to be fired. On the peak of life tilde. Chen Shur thought happily and echoed, that's right, how can you pay someone else to help you with your homework? We should look for him. If you go to her, there will definitely be no problem of being discovered by the teacher. Yes. Children nowadays are exposed to outside information too early. This time it's homework, what will it be next time? Teacher Zheng was somewhat distressed. As for the student Zhu Yunfei who wrote for us, we will also investigate him thoroughly and resolutely crack down on this immoral behavior. Is that right? Eh? Chen Shu was stunned and asked back. Zhu Yunfei. Zhu Yunfei, Class 2, Grade 3. Teacher Jing looked at Chen Shu in surprise and said, "Do you know him? He is this student. He sells his homework for 20 yuan and has organized many students to join him. Homework can be turned into a business. Look at these kids, I don't know what they are thinking." Chen Shuo had no idea what Zhu Yunfei was thinking. But Chen Shuo knew what he was thinking. All businesses were wiped out. It's his fucking own. Oh my god. The melon is eaten at home. I thought about how I had just mocked the other party for his poor business skills. The next second, the boomerang pierced himself. And he only charges $10 for one portion. I think it's already very dark. I didn't expect that Zhu Yunfei is even darker than me. They actually charge $20. Chapter 21, Adults are really weird. $20. You can make $10 by just reselling it. No need to put in any effort. These agents are too shady. This is all my hard-earned money. He guessed that he already knew how Zhu Yunfei was discovered. With such high tuition fees, he must have become a thorn in the eyes of some classmates. It would be strange if it wasn't he reported. I fucking want to report myself. Teacher Jin continued, fortunately, the school discovered it early. As parents, you should also educate your children properly. I see. Su Qingwan nodded. She had always been praised by others and regarded as a pride by teachers since she was a child. This was the first time she was criticized and educated by a teacher. He immediately glanced at Chen Shu and Lu Jujie. Chen Shuo was suddenly shocked and vowed, "Teacher, don't worry, Lu Jujie will do her homework by herself in the future." Lu Jujie also followed suit and expressed her loyalty, "I know I was wrong." It seemed like the two people had completely changed their attitudes when admitting their mistakes. Teacher Jing felt relieved. Sure enough, it was because of his teacher's majesty that made them realize their mistakes, not because of Su Qingwan's arrival. It must be like this. Teacher Zheng held down his legs that were about to jump up and stand at attention, and sipped his saliva as if to cover up. In that case, let's stop here today. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Zheng. Su Qingwan nodded slightly, and Teacher Zheng stood up subconsciously, nodded and smiled. It's not hard, it's not hard. It's all as it should be. Wipe. Even such a majestic teacher, Zheng, bowed down before Su Qingwan. Not to mention them. Chen Shuo and Lu Jujie, the two little shrimps, looked at each other. My life is over. May you all the best. Coming out of the office, the two of them dawdled all their way. But Su Qingwan just let them dawdle. But no matter how long the road is, it will eventually come to an end. Nan. Su Qingwan opened the car door and said, "Wait for me in the car." Nan, who had been silent like a quail, climbed into the car swiftly and sat obediently in the passenger seat. Snap. The car door is closed. Chen Shuo shrank his head and opened his mouth, wanting to quickly get out of this troubled place. That okay statement. Before he could finish, Su Qingwan spoke first. Why didn't I know that Nan had an uncle-in-law? I have a husband. Won't you explain it? Chen Shuo didn't dare to look at her at all. His wandering eyes met Nan in the car diagonally opposite, who was sitting with her hands clasped under her chin and a pleading look on her face. It's not that your uncle doesn't want to help you. It's really like my uncle is in a difficult situation and he can't save himself. He ignored Nan's shocked expression and said directly. I don't know either. It was Nan who called me uncle first. I came to help because I had no other choice. Just because Nan calls him uncle? So he came to help. Does this mean that Chen Shuo actually loves his daughter as much as she loves him? Is he still interested in me? When I think of this, Su Qingwan felt her heart beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out of her body. Since Chen Shu still likes her, then she also likes to make statements. Then they could definitely get back together. When I think of this, Su Qingwan couldn't help but clench her own hands and pinch the hem of her skirt tightly. She opened her mouth. Next second. Then I heard Chen Shu say, if I don't say that, my daughter will be seen as a dishonest and bad child in the eyes of the school teachers in the future. At worst, when Teacher Zheng asks me about me in the future, you can just say that I got sick and died, or that we got divorced. Look. How sweet of him. Su Qingwan has thought of a way out. What? Su Qingwan's heart was shocked. My heart, which was just burning with passion, instantly cooled down. It was like having cold water poured over my head. His face suddenly turned cold. My heart also felt bitter. It turns out that she was just being sentimental. Chen Shu had no such intention towards her at all. What happened again? Looking at Su Qingwan's increasingly cold expression, Chen Shu couldn't help scratching his head. Women's hearts are like the CS needle. A different mood every moment. Now that things have been explained clearly, Chen Shu smiled and said, Mr. Su, I remember I have to go back to work. I'm going back first. Su Qingwan looked at Chen Shu's brilliant and relieved expression with dark eyes, and forced a faint smile. Okay. Crash. A gust of wind blew by. Chen Shu suddenly felt a chill on his back. Why did it feel like Su Qingwan was gritting her teeth as she looked at me? Illusion. It must be an illusion. He tilted his head and waved at Lu Jujie in the car. Bye, little Lu Jujie. As for the rest, you're on your own. If you mess with Su Qingwan, you'll be hitting a brick wall. Lu Jujie looked at the statement that sold her out angrily. Bye, uncle-in-law. Oh shit. Chen Shu staggered and almost collapsed. What a vindictive little girl. As expected, he and Su Qingwan are a family. Chen Shu felt like a dog was chasing him from behind. He didn't even have time to ride on his electric scooter before it ran away. Su Qingwan stared at Chen Shu's running figure for a long time. Then he turned around and looked at the innocent-looking girl. Who told you to call him uncle? The statement clearly states the desire to draw a line in the sand. He wanted to quit his job and leave. All because I don't like her. Now. And because of Nanan's name, he ran so fast. Afraid she might have misunderstood something. Nan blinked her eyes. Of course it was my uncle-in-law who told me to call him that. He also asked me if I wanted to have another uncle-in-law. He also said that if he became my uncle, he would buy me lots of snacks. And he also said that he has actually been my uncle-in-law for a long time, but you were embarrassed, Mom, and asked me not to tell you. But, Mom, I'm definitely on your side. Su Qingwan's fair neck slowly turned pink, and her cold expression gradually melted away in the spring breeze. Did he really say that? If Chen Shu really thought so, why didn't he tell her directly? Why do you try so hard to avoid her? Why do we need to draw a line with her? Of course. Nan nodded vigorously. Then, in a place that Su Qingwan didn't notice, he clicked on his phone watch to exit one of the web pages. How to divert blame when you make a mistake and are discovered. Really? Mommy, doesn't he have time to take care of her now? But Mom looks so beautiful now. Nan looked at Su Qingwan. She is always cold. The occasional tenderness is fleeting. But she was never afraid, and was even very close to Su Qingwan. And now, Su Qingwan was like a cold and hard oyster that had its shell peeled off to reveal the softness inside. Adults are really strange. Nan sat in the driving seat and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 22, Second Spring. The other side. Chen Shu returned to the company panting. As soon as I entered the door, I bumped into Wang Juan head on. Wang Juan glanced at him. What have you been doing? You look very rosy, and it looks like you're going to have a romantic encounter today. Chen Shu rolled his eyes. I'm fucking running away. What a terrible thing it is to be targeted by Su Qingwan. He never worked so hard during his physical exams in college. Su Qingwan. You are amazing. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Wang Juan sighed. I'm serious, don't disbelieve me. Oh, yes. Chen Shu said perfunctorily, and when he picked up the quilt on the table, he unconsciously glanced at Su Qingwan's office. There's no one inside. Logically speaking, she should drive faster than me. I don't know where the boss is. He just left in a hurry with the keys. Wang Juan saw him looking towards Su Qingwan's office, as if he had discovered something new. You two left one after the other, could it be? What's the problem? We are not the same kind of people at all. Chen Shu denied it flatly. TSK, you dare to say you don't like the boss? I don't like it. He who brags flicks his tongue. Su Qingwan is simply the perfect goddess in their minds. Wang Juan didn't believe that Chen Shu didn't like it. Just being stubborn. Puff. Chen Shu's tongue was scalded by the water in the thermos cup, and he spat a mouthful of water onto the ground, gasping for air. Shaw. Look. Wang Juwen looked at the embarrassed statement and laughed. Your retribution has come. Get lost. Chen Shu rolled his eyes and chased him away from his desk. Today is so unlucky. First, the workstation was moved to the middle, and the slacking off had to be suspended. The ghostwriting business was seized again, and the blue ocean of experimental number 2 primary school turned directly into a dead sea. It will definitely not be able to continue in the short term. Money. How the hell do I make money like this? Looks like I have to start a new business. But where should I start? This thought. It was almost time to get off work. Beep beep. A reminder popped up in the WeChat chat box. Yu Lingling, I don't think we'll be able to sell many meals today. Remember to take some with you when you come back. Yu Lingling, picture. Chen Shuo looked at the neatly arranged dishes with various greasy and red sauces on the picture, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. What do your parents want? Yu Lingling's parents are Chen Shu's landlord. Several houses under his name. The geographical locations are very good. The rent received in just 1 month exceeded 7 figures. It can be said to be very approachable. But this is the couple. I just fell in love with entrepreneurship. Opened a pork trotter rice fast food restaurant. I don't know if it's a positioning issue or if the couple really don't know how to do business. Not many people visit every day. The unsold food was given to him at a low price. Yu Lingling guessed, maybe he has too much money to burn. Statement. I'm going to fight with you landlords. It's so heartbreaking. But an idea suddenly occurred to the statement. He seemed to know how to make money. Thanks to Zhu Yunfei, the black intermediary, for giving him the inspiration. The statement was typed and asked. Can I get a commission if I help you sell it? I'll give you half of the money from the sale. Yu Lingling was not short of money and she went to work just to kill time. She thought of something and said. By the way, I'm quitting my job at Juanshuanli. Boss Xiaobei. Seeing her resign, Chen Shu was not surprised at all. I even saw some of my past self. It's good to have money. If you want to fire your boss, then fire him. Unlike him, he wants to fire his boss but he is asking for trouble. Why? Chen Shu sighed twice and said, wait for me, I will definitely buy all the pork trotter rice in your house today. After saying. Chen Shu stretched and stretched his body. He glanced at his colleagues sitting in front of the computer. It's almost time to get off work. Colleagues who are not working overtime have already started packing up and preparing to leave on time. Colleagues who have to work overtime are still taking their time. Chen Shuo rubbed his hands and clicked on the company S group. Statement, I heard that the pork trotter rice at the fast food restaurant downstairs is fragrant and spicy, it's simply delicious. Chen Shu, Juwen, you want one too, right? Then I'll order one for you. Wang Juwen was confused when he saw the message in the group. He thought Chen Shuo had sent it to the wrong place, so he quickly opened Chen Shuo's private chat. Why did you post it to the group? Also, when did I ask for pig's trotter rice? Chen Shuo glanced at him and ignored Wang Juwen. Of course he knew where he was sending it. If he doesn't do this, how will he proceed? Chen Shu continued to say in the group, 2 people get a 10% discount, and if there are 3 people, it will be 28% off. Juwen, ask others if they want one. Wang Juwen? As soon as his question mark was sent out. The statement comes again. Oops, sorry, I sent it to the wrong place. Since you sent it to the wrong person, I'll just ask, does anyone want a serving of steaming hot, spicy, and mouth-watering pork trotter rice? Some tea? Not sure, let us wait and see. Wang Juwen scratched his head. Looking at the message stated in the group, another message popped up. The boss said that new customers can get a 10% discount on their first order. We have a lot of people working overtime, so we can give you a 25% discount. 25% off. Although it's not bad for a few dollars. But I think it's a bastard not to take advantage of a good opportunity. Wang Juwen replied. Is there anyone else? Lan Miao Miao, I want a copy to be sent to the planning department. Seeing someone following his order, Chen Shuo added fuel to the fire. Now I have to cook for myself when I get home from get off work, and it's so troublesome to share a kitchen in the rental house. It's better to work overtime and eat before leaving Tilder. As soon as these words came out, Chen Shuro noticed with his naked eyes that several colleagues who were about to leave work with their bags hesitated for a moment, and then the news in the group chat began to emerge. Xu Li, I'll join in the order, too. Hu Lanlan, I'll have one too. Weekend, +1. In the blink of an eye, there were about 20 people following the order. Can Chen Shuro be so kind? He has been in the company for 3 years, but he has never worked overtime. Are you encouraging overtime work now? Did you accidentally send the message to the wrong group? No one would believe that. Lin Shanshan, who had seen through everything, couldn't help but sigh twice and said in the group, I want one too. No way. Who made Chen Shuro the apple of Mr. Su's eye now? She must support her husband in everything he does. This is the way to save your life in the workplace. Think about it. She also ordered one for her boss, manager son. Support the boss husband. Everyone is responsible. Chapter 23, the business collapsed before it was halfway done. The other side. The statement is counting the number of people ordering food. I'm about to take off in a happy mood. I should have known it was so easy to make money working overtime. He should have worked overtime from time to time before. Loss. It's a huge loss. Chen Shu felt annoyed. But it doesn't matter. From now on, this business will be his second spring. Send the order quantity to Yu Lingling. Speed. Yu Lingling? Yu Lingling, so many. That is. Don't you even look at who I am. Chen Shuro replied proudly, it's just so-so. Do you have enough food to deliver? Yu Lingling replied after a few seconds, not enough. Damn it. Could it be that he died halfway through his business? Chen Shu was worried. Yu Lingling's news came again. But don't worry. I have already bought all the pig's feet from the Pig's Feet restaurant next door. Statement. Oh shit. I hate the landlady. Why don't you earn a little to benefit others? Half an hour later, Yu Lingling appeared at the office door. He directed 2 workers to bring in the steaming hot pork trotter rice one by one. Seeing Chen Shu, she waved enthusiastically, her round face filled with a warm smile, and she directly picked up a box lunch and walked to Chen Shu. Yes. This is my treat. This is the first time my parents' store has sold so many. They are all so happy that they are now celebrating at home by opening Moutai. They can only let me bring people to deliver it. Statement. Do you celebrate when you make money? The happiness of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. Chen Shuro looked at Yu Lingling in front of him. She was dressed simply, even inconspicuously. There is no big brand logo on his body. But the crystal hairpins on her temples alone are enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for half a year. Not to mention the pair of inconspicuous but limited edition earrings on the earlobes. Compared with other landlady, Yu Lingling can be said to be very low-key. After all, she really went to work. Beside, Lin Shanshan took her pork trotter rice, leaned her head out and lingered for a long time without leaving. Mr. Su. If you don't come soon, the man will be snatched away. Yu Lingling's appearance made Lin Shanshan very alarmed. Yu Lingling is not only Chen Shu's partner, she also put aside her business and went straight to Chen Shu. If this had no meaning for Chen Shuro, she, Lin Shanshan, would be the first one to disagree. Although she felt that Yu Lingling was not even a little bit inferior to Su Qingwan. But then again, maybe men like Yu Lingling's sweet smile and full of energy. At first glance, she is a soft and good-tempered little girl. And Su Qingwan. Beauty is beauty. But it's also cold. Standing there, it feels like there is no need to turn on the air conditioner. Every man knows how to choose, right? Look at it this way. Mr. Su. Danger. How can this be? Mr. Su is her breadwinner and her benefactor. How could Lin Shanshan watch her fail? Got it. Lin Shanshan had a flash of inspiration. She sneaked back to her workstation, took out her cell phone and casually pointed it at the pork trotter rice she was holding in one hand. Behind the pork trotter rice were Chen Shuro and Yu Lingling, who were chatting and laughing. Snap. Lin Shanshan sent it directly to Su Qingwan. Then he said, Boss Su, the pork trotter rice recommended by the employees in the group is delicious. The waiter also delivered the food very quickly, arriving in half an hour. Would you like me to order one for you to try tomorrow? Sending completed. Lin Shanshan looked at the pictures she took and the words she said. If she were to go back to ancient times, she would definitely be able to become the chief eunuch. This little photo was taken as a little hint and reminder. TSK TSK TSK. Mr. Su. It's totally unacceptable not to give me a raise. It was an hour later when Su Qingwan saw the message. She stared at the enlarged photo of herself on the screen. In the background of the photo, Chen Shuro was sitting at his workstation, looking up and talking to the woman standing in front of him. The woman smiled particularly happily. The look on his face as he looked down at the statement was full of tenderness. Although she couldn't see the expression on Chen Shu's face clearly, Su Qingwan felt that he should be very happy as well. And this girl seems somewhat familiar. Su Qingwan continued to enlarge the photo until both people were sharp. See the hairpin in her ear? Su Qingwan suddenly remembered. Isn't he this person, the girl who worked at the reception desk at the restaurant where Chen Shu took her and Mr. Wang to eat at Juanshuanli? No wonder she felt that the attitudes between the two people were very familiar at that time. Are you friends? Still. Su Qingwan pursed her lips, closed the photo and opened the group again. I read the messages one by one. Go all the way to the top, the 2 lines stating "Miss Sent." She remembered that Chen Shu not only worked as a couriers and takeout deliverman, but also worked part-time as a waitress in the park on weekends. This life is so hard. No wonder they call on everyone in the group to group together to get discounts. After all. Or maybe she, as a boss, doesn't know how to care about her subordinates. They actually need to add to the bill to eat. Otherwise, Yu Lingling wouldn't be able to come and deliver meals. Think of this. Su Qingwan's eyes rolled. Quickly gave Lin Shanshan the latest instructions. Starting today, the company will order free dinner for all employees who work overtime. Let's set the meal fee at $30 per person. $30. There are enough meat and vegetarian dishes, so it's a good meal. Lin Shanshan, who was working overtime, saw Su Qingwan's message first. I was stunned for a moment. Did he see Chen Shuro and Yu Lingling, or not? She took such obvious photos. How could Su Qingwan not see it? But if you see it, just tell her about the meal standard. Lin Shanshan was thinking about it in her heart when she saw Su Qingwan sent another message. Try to have a light dinner, forget about the pork trotter rice. Lin Shanshan was happy. Su Qingwan really saw it. This jealous look is hidden behind his stubborn words. Cute. As expected, it's more interesting to watch other people experience love. Lin Shanshan, received. Finish sending this message. She opened the document directly and started writing the announcement. After checking for typos, click Publish. The quiet atmosphere in the office was suddenly ignited. I'll go. Don't you have to buy your own dinner anymore? Not only do I get overtime pay for working overtime, I also get free dinner. This is too good to be true. After President Su came, our salaries have been rising rapidly. What is this? Chen Shuro, who was fishing secretly with headphones on, heard the noise nearby. I raised my hand and tremblingly clicked on the large group of people whose phone was blinking non-stop. Oh shit. His bad luck really came true. He died halfway through starting his business. There will be free dinner later. How can he make the difference? Where are the capitalists? How can you give Newmar employees free dinner? Chapter 24, could it be that he is here to chase them away? 1-1. On the dining table, Su Qingyu looked at Su Qingwan, who was frowning, and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen in the company?" It could actually make Su Qingwan show such an expression. No. Su Qingwan shook her head and turned off her phone, looking as if she didn't want to say more. I saw her just pick up the food in front of her and put it directly into her mouth. That distraught look. It was difficult for Su Qingyu to pretend that she didn't see it. The child has grown up. She doesn't like to communicate with her as her elder sister. Sudden. Puff. Su Qingwan frowned and suddenly spat out what was in her mouth. A big piece of ginger. Even after she spit it out, her mouth still felt hot and filled with a foul smell that made her feel a little uncomfortable. Drink some water. Su Qingyu poured a glass of water and placed it in front of her. You are already so old, and you can't even worry about eating. Su Qingwan drank a few sips of water, barely diluting the taste of ginger in her mouth. But Nan Nan, who was sitting next to them, saw through everything. Shouted. Mother Wan was in a daze and must be thinking about her uncle. Uncle-in-law. This made Su Qingyu interested. Who is it? Nan Nan said obediently, Mom, you have seen him too, it's Uncle Chen Shu. Nan Nan calls him uncle. How many days have passed? Even Nan Nan's name has been changed. Su Qingyu thought about it and looked at Su Qingwan. What progress have you made? Whatever step, there is no trace of it. Su Qingwan felt a little upset. She couldn't figure it out. Who is the woman who is standing next to Chen Shu and looking very happy tonight? From what he said to Nan Nan, it was obvious that he liked her. But at night, he was chatting and laughing with another woman, showing no resistance at all. Maybe they are just ordinary friends. Su Qingwan picked up the phone and wanted to ask, but found that she didn't ask about the identity at all. Who is she? Boss? Ex-girlfriend? Perhaps, in Chen Shuo's eyes, their previous relationship was just an exchange of money and people. She needed money, and he had it. That's why they are together. When money is mixed into a relationship, is that relationship still pure? Is it because of this that Chen Shuo doesn't want to be with her? Su Qingwan felt like her head was about to explode. My usually clear brain is now like a paste, I can't figure it out or guess what's going on. Especially the heart and the chest, which seemed to be soaked in vinegar. Unreasonably sour. If you don't like her, why do you say those things to Nan Nan? One moment in heaven, the next moment in hell. That's it. Wanwen. Su Qingyu raised her hand and slowly pressed it on her shoulder. She is her only sister. Ever since she came back from college, she has become so cold. In fact, Su Qingyu understood it all in her heart. If a woman, especially a beautiful woman, wants to make her own achievements in this society, she must work harder and persist more than a man. Coldness is just her way of protecting herself from harm. But that's why. This made Su Qingyu feel even more distressed. This is her sister. Su Qingyu made up her mind and gritted her teeth. I'm going to find Chen Shu right now and ask him whether he still likes you or not. Sister. Su Qingwan pulled her helplessly. What's the point of asking? Of course it works. Su Qingyu said as a matter of course. If he still likes you, you should be together. If he doesn't like you, then you shouldn't miss him. I'll introduce you to something better. Su Qingwan was silent for a moment, then said faintly. But that's not a statement. No matter how good. Nor is it a statement. Su Qingyu felt a pang in her heart. It's really a failure. What an enemy. Su Qingyu couldn't help but ask her, is he so good? It's not that good actually. Su Qingwan thought about it and said very sincerely, in my memory, he is a male chauvinist, very domineering, very childish, and particularly vindictive. He is not mature at all. How can you still like him with so many shortcomings? Su Qingyu couldn't believe it. Could it be that Su Qingwan was so superficial that she fell in love with Chen Shu's face? It shouldn't be like this. Su Qingwan just smiled. The TV in the living room, which was not turned off, played a song at the right time. Someone asked me what's so good about you. I still can't forget it after all these years. No matter how beautiful the spring breeze is, it can't compare to your smile. People who haven't seen you won't understand. It's okay if it's a ghost that has possessed you. It may be due to karma from the previous life. But it doesn't matter anymore. Between silence. Su Qingyu was the first to sigh. In that case, let your sister help you. Isn't it just chasing after a man? I've made your brother-in-law obedient. Listen to me, you won't go wrong. Su Qingwan raised her head again, looking expectantly at Su Qingyu in front of her. Really? Of course it's true. It was the first time that Su Qingyu was looked at by her sister with such eyes, which made her feel useful all of a sudden. She couldn't help but raise her chin and said, tell me first, what stage have you reached now? Superiors and subordinates. It turns out there has been no development at all. That's not right. Su Qingyu keenly noticed something, then why does Nan Nan call him uncle? This. Su Qingwan hesitated, we went to Nanan's school together. What went together? It is obvious that Lu Jijia wants to take advantage of the situation. We have all learned to call the fake parents. If a young tree is not pruned it will not grow straight. If a man is not disciplined he will become a fool. Su Qingyu immediately understood what was going on and roared like a lion. Lu Jujia. When Nan Nan saw that something was wrong, she ran back to her room. Chen Shuo sold her out in front of Su Qingwan, and Su Qingwan also sold her out in front of Su Qingyu. This couple would cheat her, a little child. Wow. The next day. It's another busy and hopeless workday. Countless cows and horses filed out of the subways and buses like ghosts. Zhenbingguzi. Zhenbingguzi. Chen Shuo waved the shovel in his hand and shouted to the crowd, "Mom, I want to eat pancakes." Eat. Eat big bites. Yu Lingling, who was standing next to Chen Shu, felt the curious gazes of the crowd and could not help but look up, pretending that she didn't feel anything at all. I couldn't help but ask Chen Shu. Won't we be driven away if we set up a stall here? What if they call the urban management? Wouldn't we be screwed? This is downstairs of the office building. Is the security guard not at work yet? There is no place where you can't set up a stall, there are only people who don't dare to set up a stall. Chen Shu cracked the egg with one hand and spread it on the pancake, then explained in a low voice. Don't worry, the security guard in the building opposite is an acquaintance of mine. I was the one who introduced him to his girlfriend. Just saying. A middle-aged man in security uniform came out from a group of cattle and horses and was walking towards their stall. Yu Lingling's heart tightened. Could it be that he is here to chase them away? Chapter 25. Oh my God. You are really someone else's grandfather. Rest assured. Chen Shuo swore solemnly, and quickly finished the pancake in his hand and handed it to the security guard who had walked up to him. Brother Sun. You haven't had breakfast yet. Come and have a bite. Sun Baoan smiled with his big white teeth showing. No. I haven't thanked you for helping my dad chase Aunt Wu down to the square yet. Don't say that, you really have a way. Chen Shuo stuffed the pancake into his hand and said with a smile. Grandpa Sun is still a good person. Otherwise, even if I talk my mouth off, there's nothing I can do if Aunt Wu isn't happy. Sun Baoan laughed even more happily. With a wave of his hand. It's done. You can set up your stall here as long as you want. If anyone gives you a hard time, just say I said it. Chen Shu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took another bottle of mineral water and stuffed it into the plastic bag for Sun Baoan. Thank you, Brother Sun. Then I won't be polite. You're so polite. Sun Baoan waved his hand, opened the mineral water, turned around and went to work in the office building. Yu Lingling looked at him and thought he was taking his time. It didn't look like he was going to work, or even on vacation. Are you sure he's a security guard? Hold head high. Chen Shu nodded, but this is just one of his identities. And the rest? Including the inheritors of the national intangible cultural heritage of Mahjong, people from the countries where Peking University and Tsinghua University are located, owners of Golden Faces, live video members, those who have served as special forces in Peace Elite for several years, and those who have fought in the Canyon of Kings. I suspect you are making fun of me. Yu Lingling stared at him. Chen Shu finally replied slowly, the building belongs to him. The case is solved. Yu Lingling had a feeling that it was as expected. Otherwise, how could a small security guard put himself at risk of losing his job and allow Chen Shu to set up a stall under an office building? Impossible. Absolutely not. Chen Shu flipped over 2 more sets of pancakes. By the way, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Are you so excited to see me working? Who says it's not? Yu Lingling shrugged and helped him open the bag. I just want to see if you will think of me first when you can't help but want to take a shortcut. Fuck. The customer who reached out to take the pancake looked back and forth between Chen Shu and Yu Lingling in shock. Mom, I ate the melon. Freshly baked melon. Statement. Very good. There is a new legend about Jedi in this building. Yu Lingling looked at the man's back as he left excitedly and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Har har har. At the same time, Assistant Shen drove Su Qingwan to the office building. He quickly got out of the car and opened the passenger door. Remind, Boss Su, you have a meeting at the head office in 3 hours. I will pick you up then. What is that? Su Qingwan interrupted him and squinted her eyes at the long queue not far away. It seems so. Assistant Shen's eyes also fell over, looking at the people who had finished queuing with bags in their hands. Someone is selling breakfast downstairs. The figure of Chen Shuo automatically emerged in Su Qingwan's mind. I don't know why. She always felt that this was something that could be made out of a statement. Boss Su. Seeing that Su Qingwan, who was standing next to him, was actually walking directly towards the team, Assistant Shen quickly raised his leg and followed. I couldn't help but wonder in my heart, when will Su Qingwan join in the fun? Wait to see the statement on the stall. Assistant Shen was stunned. Statement. Shouldn't he be working in the company? This person left a deep impression on him the first time they met. It really is him. Su Qingwan pursed her lips and her eyes quickly fell on Yu Lingling beside her. This was the second time she had seen her. Standing beside the statement. A bit of an eyesore. She thought very pettily. No. It's very eyesore. By me too. Su Qingwan was directing Assistant Shen. She had never eaten the pancakes made by Chen Shu himself. After saying. She was suddenly stunned. Watching Chen Shuo skillfully making the pancakes, Su Qingwan felt a trace of heartache. He has never cooked. Even when the two of them were together, he couldn't even tell the difference between lettuce and romaine lettuce, which shocked her. But when she first walked into his family, she understood. Oh. It turns out that the fish bones are picked out before being served. Grapes have no seeds. No wonder Chen Shuo couldn't even recognize the most common vegetables. But after they separated, he even learned how to make pancakes. From a young master who had never done housework to now selling pancakes at a stall downstairs of his workplace. How big is the gap in his heart? Su Qingwan lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow. Statement. How on earth did you survive these years? Why don't you come to see her again? She had tried so hard to let everyone know about herself. Did you really not see me? Boss Su. Assistant Shen didn't know when he had returned to him with the pancakes. I've bought them. There are a lot of people. But as Su Qingwan's assistant, he is naturally skilled in using his cash ability. Let's go. Su Qingwan took a deep breath to calm herself down. If he can't sell all of them later, you can buy them all back and give them to the people in the office. Take the money from me, no need to go through reimbursement. An excellent assistant. No matter how gossipy and curious he was, Assistant Shen would only say, Okay, Mr. Su. Chen Shu always felt like someone was staring at him. Not the kind of staring you do in anticipation of food. It is a kind of inexplicable heartache. Feeling distressed. So funny. Do you know how much money I can make from pancakes this morning? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Humph. What are you thinking about? Yu Lingling glanced at Chen Shuo, who seemed to be in a daze, and couldn't help but push him. Everyone is waiting. Coming back to his senses, Chen Shu couldn't help but glance towards the entrance of the office building. A car was driving slowly by. In the hall, there are only figures of workers rushing to work. All right. It seems he was overthinking it. Chen Shuo dipped the pancake in chili sauce and brushed it on the pancake. Come on. The delicious and crispy little pancakes are here. The company starts work at 9 o'clock. It was 8:59. Statement on closing time. I took out Ding Talk and used the card directly downstairs. Then, when he was about to ask Sun Baoan for the key to the warehouse downstairs, he heard Yu Lingling say, I have a suite across the street, you can move your stall over there later. Statement. I'm going to fight you rich people. How come there are houses everywhere? God. You really are someone's grandpa. Chapter 26, Doesn't he Mr. Su give you money to spend? Disaster. Very difficult. Chen Shuo stared at the dark screen in front of him with a serious expression. When Lin Shanshan passed by again, it was found that the statement maintained this action for a long time. I couldn't help but glance at the computer screen in surprise. This sweep. Suddenly she understood. This screen is facing Su Qingwan's office behind me. As long as the angle is right, you can clearly see Su Qingwan's reflection. Oh shit. It has to be you people who are in love. Use all means to observe your object. Lin Shanshan expressed her admiration. But Chen Shuo frowned even more tightly. What should I eat for lunch today? I had pork trotter rice last night and pancakes this morning. How about having some braised chicken for lunch? That's it. After determining the biggest challenge of the day, the statement finally began to move. Lin Shanshan subconsciously glanced at Su Qingwan's office. She didn't know when the blackout blinds were pulled up. Really? He loves it. Lin Shanshan walked up to Chen Shoror. After hearing the noise, he put the phone screen on the table. The screen flashed by. Lin Shanshan vaguely saw Su Qingwan's profile picture. Wow. If the timing wasn't right, she made sure to whistle. We are within sight of each other just by looking up, yet we are still chatting on WeChat. TSK TSK TSK. You guys love it so much. Sister Shanshan. Chen Shoro raised his head slightly and looked at Lin Shanshan, who was smiling in confusion. Could it be that she was stupid at work? Still, she wants to borrow money. Otherwise, why are you suddenly paying so much attention to him these days? Chen Shoror is not so narcissistic as to think that Lin Shanshan would fall in love with him. When he thought of this possibility, Chen Shu immediately grabbed his mobile phone. If you don't have money to borrow, your life will be in danger. Seeing Chen Shoror's defensive action, Lin Shanshan's mouth twitched slightly. What's that look in your eyes? I'm afraid you'll borrow money from me. Chen Shoror said as a matter of course I won't lend it to you, just forget about it. This is all my hard-earned money. I don't lend money. Lin Shanshan looked at Chen Shoror's miserly appearance and couldn't help but mutter, doesn't President Su give you money to spend? That's good. Chen Shu was relieved, and he didn't care what she muttered next. As long as you don't borrow money, everything can be negotiated. His relieved expression made Lin Shanshan roll her eyes. Miser. I have never seen such a stingy man. Why did President Su fall for him? Lin Shanshan chirped in her heart, thinking of the important matter that Su Qingwan had told her yesterday. That's right. Where did you buy the pork trotter rice yesterday? What's the matter? Chen Shoror became interested and asked excitedly, does the company have to order this for overtime work at night? If so, he can make money again. Lin Shanshan looked at Chen Shoror, whose eyes suddenly shone with brilliance, and her mouth twitched even more. Boss Su wanted to eat pig's trotter rice for lunch. Doesn't she hate eating pig's feet the most? Chen Shoror replied subconsciously. Then he met Lin Shanshan's inquiring gaze. Lin Shanshan deliberately prolonged her voice and teased. Oh Tilder. How do you know what President Su hates to eat the most? Chen Shu was a little flustered. Lin Shanshan looked like she knew something. But that's impossible. I guess I'm just feeling guilty. Chen Shu explained solemnly. Didn't I take clients to dinner with President Su before? That's what President Su told me at that time. Pack. Still pretending. How come I don't know why you are having dinner with clients together? This feeling of standing in God's perspective is really awesome. Lin Shanshan smiled slightly. Understand. I understand. Statement. What kind of expression is that? I think you don't have to understand that. But this time it's the pork trotter rice that Mr. Su specifically requested. Lin Shanshan said, and hinted, besides, I also want the female employee from yesterday to deliver it. Female employee. Chen Shoror paused, remembering who she was talking about. Are you talking about Yu Lingling? She is the daughter of the owner of that store. I just helped out yesterday. I guess I won't deliver it today. TSK. Where has your usual cleverness in getting the best deal gone? Lin Shanshan glanced at Chen Shoror with disappointment. Was this a question of whether the boss's daughter should help or not? It's President Su who is angry. Jealous. Why don't you get down on your knees and explain? Otherwise you will have to go home and kneel on the washboard. But it doesn't matter, I just need to tell her. Chen Shoror stroked his chin, thinking that Yu Lingling had nothing to do anyway, and if Su Qingwan took a fancy to his pork trotter rice, maybe she could directly invest in it. Invest heavily, open branches, build a nationwide chain, and then go directly to the United States for listing. Yu Lingling must have remembered the favor of matchmaking, so she gave him $1 million or 800,000. Delicious. So wonderful. When Chen Shu thought about the money that was about to come, he wished he could ask Yu Lingling to deliver food to him right away. Lin Shanshan almost vomited blood. Such an obvious hint. Does Chen Shoror really not understand, or is he just pretending to be stupid? This is too much of a spoiled child. Isn't he afraid that President Su will get tired of him? It's not easy to find a rich woman who is as rich as General Su at this age. For a moment, Lin Shanshan couldn't understand the statement. Chen Shoror also couldn't understand Lin Shanshan. Sometimes she frowned, sometimes she clicked her tongue, and sometimes she looked at him with regretful eyes. It didn't seem like she wanted Yu Lingling to deliver the pork trotter rice. Instead, she wanted to sell him like a piglet by weight. Really? Lin Shanshan is not a good woman either. This company is becoming increasingly unbearable to work for. Chen Shu looked at his reflection on the dark computer screen. TSK. There's nothing we can do about his handsome face. Regret. The person involved is extremely regretful now. Breakfast stalls make so much fucking money. Chen Shoror felt extremely regretful when he thought about how he had wasted so much time. Although it was a bit hard. But the money is real. Chen Shoror deposited all the cash he received into the bank, carefully counted the balance, and got on the bus with his bank card in his arms, feeling satisfied. Today is their weekend. There were almost no people downstairs in the office building. Chen Shoror also took 2 days off in the morning and did not go to set up the stall. Although there is no stall. But that doesn't mean he has no work to do today. I rode the bus for half an hour. Next stop is the first hospital station. Please get off first and then get on. Please board the bus in an orderly manner and avoid crowding. We have arrived. Chen Shoror stood up and got out of the car, taking a shortcut and going directly to the inpatient department. As soon as you enter the building, you are hit by the pungent smell of disinfectant. Don't say. This smell is much better than the musty smell in the rental house during the rainy season. Chen Shu rubbed his nose and stepped into the elevator. Chapter 27, My Biological Mother. This is my real biological mother. In the ward. Wei Xiaoxiu is doing her ward rounds. The warm sunlight came into the ward through the window, gently falling on the person on the bed, making her skin look porcelain white, as if it was coated with a layer of gold. Looking at the weak and beautiful Song Wanbai in front of her, even Wei Xiaoxiu couldn't help but sigh that beauty lies in the bones, not in the skin. A true beauty is so beautiful even when she is sick, which is heartbreaking. It's amazing every time you see it. Even the voices of the ward rounds involuntarily became quieter. How are you feeling today? Fine. Song Wanbai was half lying on the hospital bed, and smiled at Wei Xiaoxiu. It doesn't hurt as much as before. Maybe the painkillers are working. Wei Xiaoxiu checked the drip, which contained pain-relieving and anti-inflammatory drugs, and said, if there is no improvement after these 3 courses of medication, you should consider surgery. But look at the current physical examination situation. Wei Xiaoxiu felt that they should prepare for the worst. Only. Then there is a huge amount of surgery fee and subsequent recuperation. Can Song Wanbai's family afford it? During these years of treatment, Song Wanbai has used the best imported drugs, with millions of dollars invested. Which family can afford to go through so much? If the previous Song Wanbai was the wife of the Chen family, the wife of a wealthy man, she would naturally not care about the money, but the Chen family had already been seized and bankrupted. Where do they get so much money for surgery? Wei Xiaoxiu couldn't help but worry about her for a moment. But when she saw Song Wanbai's calm and indifferent look, she felt that she was worrying too much. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. The Chen family has so many connections, they can't be unable to even afford the medical expenses, right? Mom. A lively voice came from the door of the ward. It woke up Wei Xiaoxiu, who was lost in thought. She turned her head and looked. He was looking directly into Chen Shoror's eyes, which were smiling and curved into crescent shapes. Wei Xiaoxiu was dazzled by his brilliant smile. This mother and son. Their faces are exactly the same. A beautiful girl and a handsome guy. Oh shit. Why don't I have such good genes? Dr. Wei, are you making rounds? Seeing Wei Xiaoxiu in the ward, Chen Shoror greeted her cheerfully and then asked carefully. How is my mother doing these days? Is there any rejection reaction to the new medicine? Are the blood tests from the past few days normal? And. All right. Song Wanbai interrupted the rambling statement and said, you ask so many questions, how can Dr. Wei answer you? I don't even know what your first question is. Chen Shoror scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, it's not easy for me to see Dr. Wei. Being a doctor is really busy. After finishing the ward rounds early, I went to the outpatient department for consultation. After the consultation, I have to perform surgery, plus I have to do training and be on duty from time to time. In addition, Chen Shoror didn't come here very often, so he didn't see her very often. He heard more about Song Wanbai's specific condition from a nurse in charge. But that's it. Song Wanbai was critically ill twice, but it was Wei Xiaoxia who took the lead in rescuing him both times. You can say that. If it weren't for Wei Xiaoxia. He stated that he had lost his mother a long time ago. Therefore, Chen Shoror was very grateful to Wei Xiaoxia. That's right. Dr. Wei, I brought you a gift. Chen Shu said mysteriously, you will definitely like it. What? Regardless of the hospital's regulations. Wei Xiaoxia was also infected by Chen Shoror. I couldn't help but become curious about what the gift was. But Wei Xiaoxia pointed to a sign posted at the door, bribing doctors is not allowed. I guarantee it's not. Chen Shu blinked and said, it is definitely the hard currency in the hospital. You said. Wei Xiaoxia thought of something, reached into her white coat pocket, and took out a pen. Is this it? Red, blue and black. A full handful of pens. Judging from the sound in Wei Xiaoxia's pocket, there are probably quite a few more. Oh my god. The narrator was dumbfounded. Isn't it said that if you put money on the table in the hospital, no one will touch it, but if you put a few pens on the table, they will disappear in 5 minutes? So, all the pens on the table were taken away by Wei Xiaoxia. 6. Statement thumbs up. What other pen did he give? All the pens in the institute are with Wei Xiaoxia. Wei Xiaoxia couldn't help laughing. It's an occupational disease. They are all occupational diseases. She said, I think the other doctors still need your support. I agree with you. Chen Shu nodded. For some reason I feel sorry for Wei Xiaoxia's colleagues. I'm looking for a pen all day long. Oh tilde. Finish the room check. Wei Xiaoxia left with a box of pens given by Chen Shoror. Chen Shoror moved a stool and sat beside Song Wanbai's bed and asked, Mom, where's my dad? He just went out to buy breakfast. Didn't you see him? Song Wanbai looked at the statement in front of him. After not seeing him for a few days, Chen Shoror has become a little darker, but his skin is fair enough. The reason I think he is dark is just because of my old mother's mentality. She couldn't help but frowned. Look at you, you can't even get tanned even though you're delivering food. I don't know who to follow. Chen Shoror picked at the orange in his hand and said nonchalantly. It's up to you. Besides, I usually get off work at night when I'm delivering food, okay? How can I get tanned? Not to mention, I also work part-time as a guide and nurse in the hospital on weekends, so I can't get any sun at all. When Song Wanbai heard this, it seemed to be true. Chen Shu continued, but I'm developing another project now, and I make pancakes downstairs in the company in the morning. I'm not saying this, the profit from the breakfast stall is really high. It's much more profitable than what I make as a delivery boy, but I can only work there for more than an hour a day. Are you asking about other times? The rest of the time, the cows and horses are working hard at their workstations. There is not a hair downstairs. He's still posing. Thinking about. Chen Shoror opened his mouth and ate an orange. I'm so mad. So sour. It was so sour that he gasped. Song Wanbai felt very sorry when he heard this. That's a pity. Otherwise, you can earn more money from Mom's medical expenses. Chen Shu's mouth twitched, and he said sarcastically, you are really my real mother. Of course not. Song Wanbai looked at him with a smile. Chen Shu pulled the corner of his mouth, looked at the orange in his hand, and suddenly showed a bright smile. Mom, eat oranges. I peeled it just for you. Song Wanbai glanced at the orange, waved his hand and said, I don't like sour food. Sweet. The statement must be made with solemn assurance. Then try it first. Become. Chen Shoror peeled another petal and put it in his mouth. Who bought the oranges? It's too sour. However, facing Song Wanbai, he remained calm and said, sweet. Really? Let me try it. Song Wanbai took the orange and pretended to put it into his mouth. Chen Shu looked at it, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Next second. Open your mouth. Huh. A large piece of orange was stuffed into his mouth. Chen Shu felt so sad that tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. You little brat, are you still playing tricks on your mother? I have eaten more salt than you have walked. Song Wanbai snorted. Mom! This is my real mother.